us on the stage, Dr. Herman Rabog. Dear audience, in a warm round of applause, please. Thank you. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, and Conference Co-Chair. Sir, please join us. Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, and Conference Chair, Minhaj University, Lahore. It gives me great pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Shoaib Sadal, to the stage. Sir, please join us. It is my honor to invite to the stage our guest of honor, Mr. Farhan Aziz Khwaja. Sir, please join us and be seated. It is a proud tradition of Minhaj University, Lahore, to embody the values of peace and interfaith harmony. In the spirit of this noble vision, we shall now begin with the recitations from the sacred scriptures of different religions. With this, I request Qari Khalid Hamid Kazmi to recite a few verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا الذين آمنوا لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى أن يكونوا خيرا منهم ولا نساء من نساء عسى أن يكن خيرا منهن ولا تلمزوا أنفسكم ولا تنابزوا بالألقاب بئس الاسم الفسوق بعد الإيمان بئس الاسم الفسوق بعد الإيمان ومن لم يتب فأولئك هم الظالمون يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن إثم ولا تجسسوا إن بعض الظن إثم ولا تجسسوا ولا يغتب بعضكم بعضا أيحب أحدكم أن يأكل لحم أخيه ميتا فكرهتموه واتقوا الله إن الله تواب رحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah Karsa for these beautiful and enlightening verses. I now invite for the recitation from the sacred scriptures of Christianity, Reverend Dr. Joseph Verkis. Sir, please join us on stage.
Glory to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and one true God. Amen. Reading from the book of St. Paul to Ephesians, chapter 4. As a prisoner for the Lord, then I urge you to live a life worthy of calling you have received. Be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with one another in love. Make every effort to keep the unity of the Spirit through the bond of peace. There is one body and one Spirit, just as you were called to one hope when you were called. One Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is over all and through all, in all. So I tell you this, and insist on it in the Lord, that you must no longer live as the Gentiles do, in the futility of their thinking. They are darkened in their understanding and separated from the life of God because of the ignorance that is in them due to the hardening of their hearts. Having lost all sensitivity, they have given themselves over to sensuality so as to indulge in every kind of impurity, and they are all full of greed. That, however, is not the way of life you learned when you heard about Christ and be taught in Him in accordance with the truth that is Jesus. You were taught with regard to your former way of life to put off your old self, which is being corrupted by its deceitful desires, to be made new in the attitude of your minds, and to put on the new self, created to be like God in true righteousness and in holiness. Therefore, each of you must put off falsehood and speak truthfully to your neighbor. For we are all members of one body. In your anger, do not sin. Do not let the sun go down while you are still angry. And do not give the devil a foothold. Anyone who has been stealing must steal no longer. We must work or doing something useful with their own hands, that they may have something to share with those in. Do not let any unholiness talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs, that may benefit those who listen. And do not grieve the Holy Spirit of God, with whom you were sealed for the day of redemption. This is the word of our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Father, for your spiritually profound verses of the Holy Bible. I now invite Dr. Sarva Bhuma for the recitation of Bhagavad Gita, the holy scripture of Sanatan Dharam.
Hare Krishna. Om Tat Sat. Om Namo Narayana. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanatimrandasya Jnananjanashilakaya Chakshurunmiletam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkness of ignorance. My spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktiya priyachati tadham bhakti upaharitam Shanami Priyat Atmana. Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 9, Verse 26. Translation: If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. भगवद गीता अध्याय 9 श्लोक 26 में भगवान श्री कृष्ण फरमाते हैं, जो कोई मुझे भक्ति और प्रेम से पत्ता, फूल, फल और जल अर्पण करता है, मैं उसे स्वीकार करता हूँ। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। गुरुदेव शिला प्रभुपाद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण भगवान की जय। हरे कृष्णा।
Thank you, Dr. Sarvabhauma, for sharing those enlightening verses from Bhagavad Gita. Next, we'll hear the recitation from Holy Scriptures of Sikhism. I invite Gyani Sardar Ranjit Singh for the recitation from Guru Granth Sahib.
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निरभाओ निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी सैपं गुर प्रसाद। एक ओंकार परमात्मा रब अकाल पुरख अल्लाह एक है। सतनाम उदा नाम सच्चा है। करता पुरख करने वाला सिर्फ परमात्मा है, रब है। निरभाव उसनू किसी तो डर नहीं। निर्वैर परमात्मा किसी नाल दुश्मनी भी नहीं रखता, ओदा किसी नाल वैर भी नहीं है। अकाल मूर्त वो अपने आप तो एक करिश्मा है। अजूनी सैभंग ना किसी तो जन्म लिया ना किसी नू जन्म दिता, जन्मां तो रहत है। गुर प्रसाद परमात्मा अंदर वस रहा है। जो उन्होंने याद करता है परमात्मा उन्होंने मिल जाता है। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
Thank you, Gyani Sahab, for your melodious recitation. I humbly invite Venerable Bupathe Sumanand Thero to recite from the Holy Scripture of Buddhism.
नमो तस् भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्स। नमो तस् भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्स। नमो तस् भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्स। I am going to cite a few verses from the Dhammapada, one of the most inspiring collection of the teaching of the Buddha. Sappa papas akaranang kusalas upasampada Sacita pariyodapanang etang buddhana sasanang. To avoid
all evil, to cultivate good, and to purify one's own mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas. Dukkapattaca nidukka bhayampattaca nibbhaya sokampattaca nisoka hontu sabbe Pipanino. May all beings who have fallen into suffering be without suffering, who have fallen into danger be without danger, who have fallen into fear be without fear, who have fallen into sorrow be without sorrow. Triple gem bliss to all of you.
Thank you, Venerable Thero, for that serene recitation from Dhammapada. Dear audience, we are honored to have amongst us an amazing scholar, the chairman of the Supreme Council of Minhajul Quran International, Professor Dr. Hassan Muhyiddin Qadri. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Your arrival and presence have added much value and light to this event. I must mention that Dr. Hassan Saab is the Dean of Faculty of Law, and he's also an esteemed member of the Board of Governors at Minhaj University, Lahore. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to rise for the national anthem of Pakistan.
Thank you, everyone. You may please take your seats. To officially welcome you all to this grand gathering, it is my privilege to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Sitara-e-Imtiaz.
Auzubillahiminash-shaytanir-rajim. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Respected Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. Dr. Hassan Muhyiddin Qadri, Chairman, Supreme Council, Minhajul Quran International. Honorable guest, respected scholars, dear panelists, paper presenters, deans, head of the department, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th International Conference on World Religions. We are very happy to see you all here once again to share ideas, wisdom, and dialogue for better, peaceful world. The theme of this conference, Building Resilient Societies, Preventing Extremism at its Roots, is both timely and profoundly significant. In an increasingly polarized world, extremism poses a serious threat to peace, social coherence, and the stability of nation. It is therefore imperative to critically examine the underlying causes of extremism and to develop comprehensive strategies that can effectively prevent its emergence. This conference serves as a vital platform for dialogue, research, and collaboration, aimed to fostering resilient and promising sustainable peace within our societies. Owing to constant and untiring efforts of the pioneer of this institution, Shaykh al-Islam, Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Minhaj University, Lahore has always worked to bring knowledge and peace together. Having 11 faculties, 36 academic schools, 150 degree programs, over 15,000 students, above 25,000 alumni, more than 700 permanent and adjunct faculty members, 16 research and training centers, 12 research journals, 10 computer labs with over 500 computers, 4 well-stocked libraries, and with our trademark, fully functional robotic library, the Minhaj University Lahore is now excelling at its peak. Shaykh al-Islam is also founder of Minhajul Quran International, vigorously pursuing a well-defined objective and spreading the comprehensive and all-encompassing sphere of activities, including welfare, education, spiritual uplift, and interfaith harmony all over the world. It is probably one of the largest non-political, non-sectarian, non-governmental organization in the world. Since its establishment on 17th October 1980, it has rapidly grown and its organizational network has expanded to more than 19 countries around the globe. Minhajul Quran is unique for its rapid growth, and no contemporary religious or political organization or any movement has spread it worldwide in such a short span of time. I also wish to acknowledge the deep appreciation, the visionary leadership of Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, whose sustained efforts and intellectual guidance enable the policy of interfaith harmony and strategy of religious tolerance to take their present shape at the governmental level. His vision has transformed the ideas of equality, religious freedom, and mutual respect into structural national policies, which is the true reflection of debates and discussions during the previous 7 international conferences on world religion held at this very university. The policy on interfaith harmony aims to build inclusive and tolerant Pakistan by promoting interfaith dialogue, ensuring promotion of peace of worship places, preventing the misuse of religion, and integrating the principles of coexistence into education and governance in Pakistan. Whereas the strategy of religious tolerance transforms the moral imperative to the tolerance into actionable measures, establishing early warning system, reforming curricula, empowering law enforcement agencies, and promoting inter-faith collaboration through structural dialogue. It strengthens constitutional and legal promotion and preventing hate speeches, ensuring swift responses to discrimination, and engaging community, rehabilitation, and reconciliations. Through these comprehensive framework, Pakistan is not only reaffirming its constitutional principles, but also building institutional resilience against extremism, which represent a landmark initiative aligned with national security policy and national action plan, signifying Pakistan's commitment to safeguarding its diverse religious fabric through institutional mechanism and collective responsibility. Now, as the federal cabinet has already approved the policy of interfaith harmony, as well as the strategy of religious tolerance, they need that academic practitioners and social scientists to start scholarly discourse so that the current and future generations be benefited from equality, harmony, and tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the reason now the stage is set for next 2 days at Minhaj University. The respective panelists will debate on these policies. Ladies and gentlemen, the extremism does not grow overnight. It begins with small misunderstandings, fear, and lack of communication. That is why we must reach to its roots. Education, empathy, and interfaith dialogue are the best tools to prevent misunderstandings. Religion, when understood correctly, teaches love, mercy, and respect for humanity. In every resilient society, extremism is curbed by confronting its root causes, not by endorsing hatred or harm. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is not only about discussions, it is about finding practical steps. Our panelists will discuss how education, law, community work, and technology can help in this mission. Together, we will look for ideas that can guide policies and build a peaceful future. Let us use this opportunity to listen, to understand, and to act. May this conference open new doors of cooperation and help us to make a society which is stronger, resilient, and more united, and uprooting the extremism from our society. At the end, I wish to thank the organizing committees, IT teams, faculty members, and our hardworking students for their efforts. I also thank our guest speakers, scholars from Pakistan and abroad for joining us today. Your presence gives measures to these dialogues, so let us begin this journey of peace, wisdom, and unity together. Now, I declare the 8th International Conference on World Religions officially open. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad.
Dear audience, a warm round of applause for our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for opening today's proceedings with such depth and inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on World Religions serves as a beacon of dialogue, uniting scholars, theologians, and researchers from around the globe to explore faith, ethics, and coexistence in the modern era. To give us an overview of this landmark conference and to introduce us to the conference theme and sub-themes, in a warm round of applause again, I invite to the stage a distinguished scholar of theology and religion, Professor Dr. Herman Rabog, the conference chief organizer and co-chair, head of the School of Religion and Philosophy at Minhaj University, Lahore. Warm round of applause, please.
Dr. Hussain Mahiduddin Qadri, Board of Governors, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Vice Chancellor, respected guests from abroad, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 8th International Conference on World Religions. Each year, for 8 years now, we have had this kind of conference. Each time, the theme has been different. Each year, we have managed to find a different perspective from which to reflect on world religions. This shows that religion is very much part of our social and political life. This year, we are responding to the recent policy statement brought out by the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Harmony of the Government of Pakistan. This policy statement intends to reduce the different forms of religious extremism that we have in our society, such as discrimination, hate speech, and even mob violence. Our conference welcomes this policy statement, and we will seek practical ways to implement it. The panel discussions and concurrent sessions of this conference will examine the deeper causes of religious extremism. How can we tackle religious violence at the roots? These root causes lie within ourselves, within you and me, and within the wider society around us. A few weeks ago, I invited a friend from Islamabad to come to the conference. And he said he wasn't coming to the conference this year because our conferences, he said, just repeat the same theme every year and come to the same conclusions. And there's no real contribution to society. So what could I say in response to that? It made me think about the usefulness of our conference. What is the contribution of this conference that we have every year? How can we measure this conference or the contribution of the conference? So I had to think very hard. And I came up with a kind of a response by saying that it's up to us. It depends on us. But we here, what's the connection between us and religious extremism? We could all say, all of us sitting here, we could all say that no connection at all. There's no connection between us and religious extremism. So what does this conference have to do with us at all? Are we just discussing the behavior of other people outside? These questions came to my mind. But perhaps we could say that these conferences which we have each year are beneficial if they cause some change in us, in those who attend them. Do we learn something from what is said in the panel discussions and in the concurrent sessions? Is our awareness of the issues related to world religions becoming deeper? Is our knowledge growing about other religions? Do we take something away with us from this conference after it is over? Something that will change our own behavior. So it really depends on us whether or not this conference is useful, beneficial. What kind of thing could we learn from this conference? I suggest that we could learn something about another religion. that we did not know before. Every religion is represented here, as we just heard from the scriptures, the holy books. We could begin to see a particular religious belief or practice from someone else's point of view, from the point of view of the person who believes or who follows that practice, rather than from our own point of view. Perhaps we could discover and leave behind some attitude we have picked up in our childhood and we just continue to agree with, whereas while it's not very profound, it's not very accurate. We could admit some of these attitudes or prejudices that we carry within us, and we could leave them. These are some of the things that could happen during this conference. This conference is certainly about what's happening outside the walls of this university. But the theme of religious extremism has a connection with each one of us. That's what I'd like to stress. For instance, I may be just oversatisfied with the knowledge I have received as a young person about my religion and about other religions, and not grow in depth. Perhaps I don't really expect to learn anything new or useful from another religion. It could be that I am not really interested in another religion or learning anything from another religion. Can I allow another religion to teach me something? To say something new to me? Can I learn some new wisdom or even some practice from another religion? These are questions which I think we need to face in ourselves, within ourselves, if this conference or this kind of conference has any real usefulness or benefit. Another aspect of this conference would be to become aware of the sufferings caused by discrimination, hate speech, and even violence. In this case, I may have to face some confronting questions, such as, am I ready to listen to the experiences of discrimination, which are felt by others, maybe not by myself? Am I ready to listen to the sufferings of others who have been discriminated? Do I know anything about what they really feel? Or do I just brush it aside? That's their problem, not mine. Am I interested or not? These are the confronting questions. Am I interested to know about the abuse of religion that can cause division and suffering that is taking place around us in our own society? This is happening in the name of religion. And today we are facing a very sensitive issue. We're not just talking about the positive teachings of religion, which we have for the last 8 years, but we are today trying to raise some perhaps negative or at least more sensitive issue about religious extremism, the way religion is abused and the way it causes suffering for people. I've read quite a few of the papers which will be presented in this conference. And one of them is about, well, some of them are about spirituality. And they say that our spirituality needs to grow, needs to deepen. If it doesn't, then we will be the problem. We who are sitting here, because we will not understand our own religion. We will be easily offended when somebody says something. We ourselves could become violent, at least within ourselves, have a violent reaction, the sort of violence we see outside in society. If we don't deepen our own spirituality, this could be happening within us. I found another paper particularly interesting, and that was about Pakistan television. And it said that for many years there had been dramas presented on Pakistan television which presented members of another religion in a bad way, in a funny way. And so people were laughing and joking and rejecting people from other religions within Pakistan. Viewed on the screen of our TV set. This paper says that this kind of thing has been happening for a long time, and it suggested that this will have an effect on those who view these dramas. We who view these dramas will also begin to laugh and mock at those who are different from us. And maybe those who are different from us will become bad or even dangerous in our eyes. And there were many other papers, which I of course can't talk about now. The other big area that's discussed in our papers is the way religion is used politically as a card, the religion card, and how politicians have used it in Pakistan. Many papers talk about that. And this leads to violence. So we have a focus, and that is religious extremism. But we have a question, and that is, what are the causes? And we have another question, look within ourselves. How much of that is going on within us? And so during these couple of days, we will be listening to these papers and panel discussions, but we also would like to hear practical suggestions from participants. And there are a couple of officials who have been appointed to accept and to note down your practical suggestions, not just evaluation of the conference, but about this issue of religious extremism. Any kind of practical policy or a suggestion, even a small step that you think should be noted down, please approach one of these officials. So finally, thank you for attending this conference, especially I thank the foreign guests who have come. By your presence, you show that we're all in this together. People from other countries, people from other religions are all experiencing this kind of phenomenon, which we call religious extremism in some way. And we can all collaborate to find a response. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor, for introducing the conference to the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, Minhaj University Lahore takes pride in its illustrious history and dedication to academic excellence. Let's take a moment to view a short documentary showcasing its journey.
The dream of success begins with a single step, a desire to learn, to grow, and to create a life of purpose. Minhaj University Lahore turns that first step into a journey of transformation and triumph. Since 1986, this university has opened its doors to curious minds and aspiring hearts, equipping them with not only knowledge, but also values, skills, and the courage to lead. Here, classrooms spark creativity, laboratories nurture discovery, and a vibrant campus life builds character and lifelong friendships. Guided by the revolutionary vision of Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Mohammed Tahir Al-Qadri, visionary leadership of Deputy Chairman Professor Dr. Hussein Mohiuddin Qadri, and relentless dedication of Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Minhaj University Lahore has become a home for inquisitive minds and bold spirits. Minhaj University Lahore consists of more than 15,000 students, 700 permanent and adjunct faculty members, over 400 PhDs, 11 faculties, 36 schools, 16 research centres, and publishes 12 journals with one shared purpose: to create leaders who will ameliorate society.
Minhaj University Lahore, founded in 1986 by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Al-Qadri, is certainly a place where academic excellence and innovation meet discipline, character building, and altruism. MUL is a distinguished university of Pakistan, committed to providing more than just education. It offers a holistic experience that nurtures the intellectual, professional, and spiritual growth of its students. Minhaj University is the place where curiosity and thirst for learning have fully embraced diverse academic offerings, Pakistan's first robotic and fully automated library, and dozens of internationally renowned research centers. Minhaj University has precisely filled up gaps through its unique and progressive initiatives and emerged as a trend-setter institution of Pakistan.
Here, learning transcends classrooms through regularly conducted seminars, educational visits, guest lectures, and community activities, which also connect the students to real-world experiences and awaken a sense of responsibility towards humanity. Our competent faculty is our pride, who act as mentors and guides, shaping the students' character, helping them discover their potential and purpose. As a result of our faculty's dexterity, students embrace diversity, learning empathy, respect, and ethical values that will anchor them throughout their lives. Our state-of-the-art laboratories are inbuilt with innovation, from ingeniously equipped science labs to advanced TV and radio studios. Students are encouraged to think critically, to experiment, and to lead the future of research and technology. The Ibn Sina Library and Resource Centre at Minhaj University, Lahore is one of its kind, with its vast treasure of books, digital access, and robotic services that empower the scholars to push the boundaries of knowledge and help them bring their ideas to life. Along with immense focus on pursuit of knowledge, MUL emphasises on connecting to spirituality as well. Our spiritual community offers essential connections and infuses spiritual values into the physical world, fostering healing of the mind, body, heart, and spirit, while supporting students' personal growth.
Welcome to Minhaj University, Lahore, where knowledge inspires excellence and excellence shapes the future of students. To nurturing knowledge that transforms lives and create lasting impact. Here, education goes beyond classrooms. It inspires critical thinking, creativity, and compassion. Our goal is not only to teach, but also to build character, kindness, and tolerance in our youth through advanced research, industry partnership, and global collaborations. Minhaj University also empowers students to turn ideas into meaningful contribution to society. Together, we are building a vibrant academic community where knowledge leads to leadership, diversity, and learning becomes a lifelong journey. Minhaj University, Lahore has always worked to bring conducive environment where understanding and harmony thrives alongside academic pursuit to bring knowledge and clarity of global issues.
Campus life at MUL is vibrant. On our vast sports fields and picturesque cultural events, our students find unity, discipline, and joy, becoming not only skilled professionals, but also well-rounded individuals. From health-consciously prepared meals at our cafeterias to memories made with friends, every moment at MUL shapes lives beyond the classroom. The Directorate of Student Affairs nurtures the abilities of the students by offering a vibrant and healthy learning environment where they feel at home, ease in pursuing their dreams. From career guidance to academic advising and counselling support to financial aid assistance, these services are provided to address the diverse needs of students to ensure maximum student retention and facilitation, as we believe strong nations are built by strong and balanced minds.
Minhaj University Lahore has been providing a wide range of degree programs while focusing on micro-credentials and job-ready skills. Job-ready skills are the need for the industry and better job placement of the students. The university has a very strong relationship with the industry. Minhaj University Lahore has a good number of MOUs signed for international collaboration with international organizations and universities. Minhaj University Lahore ensures a better experience, international experience and exposure for its students through these international collaborations with universities. Minhaj University Lahore has a very active and successful ORIC department that facilitates the students and the faculty in research and development. The university has a very well established incubation center which is known as Minhaj Center for Startups and Entrepreneurship. This center provides facilities for the students to take their ideas to a mature company. The university provides them mentorship and different training workshops to increase their exposure related to a company.
Minhaj University Lahore is not only responsible for providing quality education, but also ensuring that every student has equal opportunities to succeed. Recognising the importance of financial stability in students' lives, we're dedicated to facilitate the deserving with financial support and need-based scholarships. With financial aid and scholarships, including awards honouring great personalities like Baba Guru Nanak, Sir Ganga Ram and Ruth Pafu, we ensure opportunity for all, regardless of status and circumstances. More than a place of learning, MUL is a community, a family, dedicated to shaping compassionate leaders who can guide our society toward a brighter future. Welcome to Minhaj University Lahore, where the story of success begins.
Dear audience, we now move to the series of keynote speeches. For the opening keynote address of this conference, it is a privilege to welcome a visionary scholar, economist, and reformer, a man whose intellectual depth and leadership continue to illuminate the global academic and spiritual landscape. Over the period, he has emerged as a social scientist with authority in Islamic and contemporary thought and economics, political science, governance, education, and philosophy. He is an exemplary practitioner of interfaith harmony, coexistence, and social welfare. He has authored more than 100 research papers and above 55 books in English, Arabic, and Urdu, seamlessly blending the classical Islamic wisdom with modern socio-economic realities to propose sustainable models for equitable growth and ethical leadership. As the president of Minhajul Quran International and deputy chairman of the Board of Governors Minhaj Lahore, he has led initiatives that combine academic excellence with moral wisdom. Under his leadership, educational reforms, youth empowerment programs, and peace-building movements have prospered, reflecting a lifelong dedication to fostering a just, knowledgeable, and compassionate society. With profound respect and humility, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening perspective. Dear audience, a huge round of applause for Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. Our next speaker stands as a beacon of justice, reform, and integrity in Pakistan, decorated with nation's highest civil awards, Hilal-e-Imtiyaz and Hilal-e-Shujaat. He presently leads one-man commission on minority rights by Supreme Court of Pakistan, upholding the principles of equality and protection for all. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Sadal. Sir, please.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आपने बड़ी और मग्ज़ स्पीचेस जो हैं और बड़ी नेसेसरी उनका कंटेंट जो था वो सुना। मैं ज़्यादा उस पर नहीं जाऊंगा, सिर्फ कुछ इश्यूज़ जो हैं उन पे बात करूंगा, क्योंकि ये इतना वास्ट है सब्जेक्ट कि इसको जितना भी इस पे बात की जाए वो कम है। चूँकि ये सेशन जो है, not only the session but the entire function is about building resilient societies, or how by preventing extremism at its roots. तो इस पे मैं थोड़ी सी बात करके फिर आपको ये बताऊंगा कि ये जो कमीशन है उसने अभी तक क्या किया है और क्या उसको करना चाहिए, और हम जो एक नए कमीशन की तरफ अब जा रहे हैं उसकी किस तरह की एम्पावरमेंट जो है वो ज़रूरी है। We all know that our counter-terrorism strategy and its gains are fragile. Kinetic successes, they do make some difference, but ideological challenges persist. So what is needed? What we need is a whole of society prevention strategy. Unless each one of us plays due part, the challenge of extremism and further going into terrorism is not going to go away. So we need to strengthen community resilience. We need to modernize our preventive governance. We need to upgrade our humane disengagement from extremism. So what are the persistent roots of extremism? Local grievances, radical ideological challenges, even some madrasas, social networks, and online content. Regional conflict spillovers, militant sanctuaries, and cross-border influences. And prevention requires addressing social, ideological, and structural roots while protecting civic freedoms. So what is the guiding policy? It should consist of prevention with integrated security. Evidence-based and rights-respecting rule of law regime locally adaptive approaches, sustained political commitment, and bipartisan ownership. So I will just refer to three pillars. One is, pillar A is strengthen social and economic resilience. Pillar B is reform religious engagement. It is very necessary. Then pillar C is introduce preventive governance. Our governance at the moment, revolves around so many other issues, but very little is done about prevention. Rehabilitation and digital counter-narratives are again necessary. We must have implementation roadmap in every school, college, and university. And finally, what are the key takeaways? Prevention is national priority, and we must invest in this priority. Fund pilot programs in few districts via NECTA and task forces. Prioritize madrasa engagement and youth livelihoods. Institutionalize rehabilitation and community policing. This is very important. Ensure sustained political and financial commitments. So I want to leave this and now come to, because references have been made to the Commission. I am heading one such commission, and this commission was established by the Supreme Court of Pakistan in 2019 in the aftermath of the very sad attack on church in Peshawar, in which over 100 Christians who were there for Sunday worship, they were killed, and over 200 were seriously injured. Initially, the commission had a different shape. The progress of work was to be monitored by the Supreme Court monitoring bench themselves. But after 5 years, the Supreme Court concluded that there had been not much progress. So that is when they shifted to this one-man commission. Now, I will refer only to few things which the commission has been able to do so far, despite many handicaps And the Commission's work was duly appreciated by the British House of Commons in what they call early day motion. So they moved a motion in the House saying that we really welcome the work of the one-man commission and so on and so forth. The commission has been successful so far in retrieving minorities' properties worth 73 billion rupees. So please keep this figure in mind. And this 73 billion figure is on the basis of what they call DC rate. So those of you who are familiar with the DC rate would understand. But let me give you the idea that if 73 billion is on the basis of DC rates, then the market rate is at least 150 billion. So, और ये भी ज़हन में रखें कि 1 billion equals 100 crore. So 100 crore equals 1 billion, and on the market rate, the properties which have been recovered are worth 150 billion. Now, about the implementation status of the TORs set up by the Honorable Supreme Court of Pakistan. One was constitution of a task force for developing strategy of religious tolerance. Now that has been done, and finally the Prime Minister and the Federal Cabinet has approved that. So now the hard task is left, and which is the real implementation in letter and spirit implementation of the task force recommendations. A mention was made by Dr. Saab that worship places of minorities have been directed to be provided foolproof security. So at the moment there are over 6,100 worship places of different minorities in Pakistan. At the moment, all of them have been provided police security. So I'm not saying that the problem is completely over, because whosoever is appointed on far-flung areas. The senior officers have to go and check them, off and on, so that it is ensured that they don't, disappear from their places of duty. So that is obviously an ongoing task. We have already talked about hate speeches and hate material. So hate material from the syllabi has been taken off. I think that is a good progress. But when it comes to hate speech, though the laws have been strengthened, but I would say that it is unfortunate that the outcome of the cases filed in the courts is rather, slow. So we need to have a strengthened approach towards cases of hate speech, because hate speech is the starting point of, you can say, something which ends up in terrorism. It is the beginning of terrorism, start of this problem. Bill for Constitution of National Council, this was another direction. This is pending with the Parliament, so hope that they will be able to deal with it soon. The other direction was 5% minority quota of, those belonging to different aspects should be fairly distributed among them. So when I got it looked into, yes, there were many places, worship places, which were not covered. So 20,000 new policemen have been recruited only for providing coverage to worship places. And overall, against this 5% quota, so far, 20,000 jobs have been provided to the minority boys and girls. Of course, there are issues, and those issues pertain to their competitiveness. So, in order to ensure that they can compete, I have been visiting the provincial public service commissions just to request them that, look, if there is a minor difference, then please ignore that. Although there are some objections to this also, that why the principle of merit is being violated. So I keep saying that we need to raise their capacity to compete. Unless we do that, we won't be able to bridge this huge difference. Then another direction of the Supreme Court was that whatever complaints pertaining to some actions by anybody which are in the category of violation of law. So those complaints should be given priority and should be dealt with accordingly. So you will be glad to hear that thousands of complaints coming from the minority friends and sisters have been redressed, and it is an ongoing effort. Special steps have also been taken. Only last week I was in Hyderabad. We have created special minority desks within the police departments throughout the country. So these desks are, in our view, proving useful. So we hope that in due course, but all depends that one, my vision is that these special minority desks should be manned by the minority officers, inspectors, sub-inspectors, DSPs, ASIs from the minority communities, so that an aggrieved person from the minority, when he or she goes, there is, a sympathetic ear to dealing with the problem. So these are, I think, I won't like to take more time. Maybe if there are any questions or any discussion, I'll be around. I'll be more than happy to answer. Because so far, the Commission has submitted 17 reports to the Supreme Court of Pakistan. So almost every month or 6 weeks, we update the Honorable Supreme Court with whatever work we are doing. But as has been said, I want to conclude this thing by saying that changes in law, yes, they are necessary. But unless those changes are actually implemented with the same spirit, our problems are not going to go away. I can also say that in all provinces of Pakistan, in order to enable the boys and girls from communities to compete, it has been made compulsory that at least 2% quota in every department of a university in Pakistan should be reserved for minority students. So that is also making some difference. And finally, you will be pleased to know that last year was the first ever time when a CSS exam only for the minorities was held in Pakistan. This was the first time ever. So we are hoping that more young boys and girls from minorities, they would like to appear in the CSS exam. And grab as many seats on the basis of that competitive exam as they possibly can. And last point about the commission. We have some, difference of opinion on the composition of the commission. My view is that the commission should be headed by someone from the minority community. But some of my friends say that maybe, it is difficult. So for the time being, we let it go as it is at the moment. Because my view is that we have to appoint someone as head of the commission, whether he is a Christian or a Hindu or whatever, Sikh, who is a person who has some strength, who can face the pressures. There will be many pressures. This is not an easy job. So they have already deliberated a draft in the Parliament, and now we are hoping that it will be notified any time. So let us see how it goes. But unless the head of the commission is from the minorities, unless even the secretary of the commission is not from minorities, we will continue to face difficulties. So with this, thank you very much. And I thank Dr. Saab. He has, mashallah, given a very, insightful speech. And I also thank an old friend, he is working, so Dr. Shahzad. I honestly, I must admit my ignorance. I was not aware that already 7 such, conferences had been held in this university. So I congratulate, the management and those who are working in this university. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your discourse with us. Dear audience, your energy levels seem down. May I request a huge round of applause for our Dr. Shoaib Sadal. Male side as well, please.
We need to know that you are present here.
Again. Thank you. Our next speaker is an accomplished civil servant with over 3 decades of service at the federal and provincial levels. With strong foundations in history, law, and governance, he has led key institutions and contributed significantly to the public policy and institutional reform. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming to the stage Mr. Farhan Aziz Khwaja, Director General, Civil Services Academy, Lahore, Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor Dr. Sajid, Chairman of the One-Man Commission for Minority Rights, Dr. Shoaib Sadal, and Professor Dr. Harman Robok, whom all of you who just heard now, after their very scholarly and pertinent, insightful address on the theme of today's conference, I think I would like to compliment all of them for raising and flagging many of the challenges that are present, but more importantly, providing for the participants of today's conference the vital pathways on which for the next 2 days we can discuss, debate, and talk about the very challenges that still confront us in making Pakistan a balanced, resilient society as it ought to be under the Constitution and the principles of policy. It is both an honor and privilege to address the august gathering at the 8th International Conference on World Religions organized by Minhaj University, an institution that continues to serve as a beacon of intellectual inquiry, moral leadership, and above all, interfaith harmony in Pakistan and beyond. Minhaj University and Minhaj Quran International, both twin institutions under the visionary leadership of Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, have rendered extraordinary service in institutionalizing the message of peace, compassion, and coexistence. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the landmark fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombings, which long before this challenge was not identified by anybody else, which Professor Dr. Tahirul Qadri penned his historic fatwa. And his continued sustained engagement in interfaith harmony and intrafaith harmony dialogue, and his efforts to establish the School of Religion and Philosophy at this university all reflect a lifelong commitment to asserting Islam's true message of mercy, justice, and universal human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard a very interesting dimension which Dr. Herman was pleased to share with us. He said his friend in Islamabad, who was reluctant to come over here for attending the conference, because according to him, perhaps this was not having its necessary impact. I would take this opportunity as a career civil servant to share, Professor Dr. Herman, you can tell your friend very confidently that those 7 conferences which did this pioneering work have been one of the most important dimensions on the government of Pakistan issuing this year the pioneering documents, the National Strategy for Religious Tolerance and the Policy on Interfaith Harmony. Ladies and gentlemen and delegates, guests, I would like to tell you the Federal Cabinet of Pakistan this year gave an important and powerful signal across policy corridors that these were the fundamental twin policies which are going to have the necessary impact across government's policy corridors. The unveiling of these landmark frameworks earlier this year make a historic step forward institutionalizing religious freedom, tolerance, and pluralism. For too long, our national vision of inclusion was limited to only aspirations, but now through a structured policy and implementation, we are going to see it evolve into governance priority. Why do I say that? The Ministry of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Harmony, which is the responsible entity under the rules of business, have presented, owned, and got this document approved. The theme of today's conference, titled Building Resilient Societies, Preventing Extremism at its Roots, beautiful aligns and complements the spirit of these national policy frameworks in this area. Extremism is not merely a problem of law and order with a law and order lens. It is a symptom of deeper governance, educational, and societal deficits. Where opportunity, justice, and inclusion are denied, intolerance festers. Where the state invests in education, empathy, and equity, peace takes root. Yet we must also recognize that extremism and intolerance are in essence psycho-sociological challenges, particularly in a society like ours, which is rank and status conscious. Attitudes of superiority, exclusion, and indifference often manifest very subtly in how we perceive others, how we govern, and even how we define merit and belonging. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shoaib Sadal Saab just shared with you that first time in the history of Pakistan, there was a CSS exam which was a proof of affirmative action for minority participants who were successfully competing under this dispensation. For all those who are reluctant to observe these changes, I would like to share with all the delegates and our co-speakers today, out of that CSS batch, gentlemen, 35 of the students are just sitting behind before you in those rows. I am especially thankful to the Vice Chancellor and Dr. Herman for providing this pioneering batch this opportunity to attend the 8th World International Conference that Minhaj University has been holding for such a long time. I, in my official capacity as the Director General, is responsible to make sure that these policy directives and actions translate in the shape of these. So currently, 135 officers are enrolled in the Common Training Program, and out of those 135, 25 to 35 are present over here and are representing the Interfaith Harmony Society constituted in the Civil Services Academy. It is imperative for us in the Civil Services Academy, working under the Establishment Division of the Government of Pakistan, that at the formative stage of our future public policy makers training, who are going to man and staff public policy position for the next 3 decades, at the Civil Services Academy, these deep-rooted issues, which are psycho-sociological dimensions I earlier flagged, are addressed. The mindset with which a young civil servant views citizens across lines of class, faith, and gender will shape the moral fabric of our governance. That is why affirmative actions and inclusive policies supported by the Government of Pakistan are indispensable. They not only create opportunities, but also reshape perceptions, helping our future administrators unlearn inherited biases and internalize equality as both a civic and a moral principle. What we have done at the Civil Services Academy, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to bear me for a moment or two. We in the CSA define this vision through our institutional actions. Beyond imparting the administrative and technical skills, our mission is to cultivate ethical, empathetic, and inclusive leadership. So the public officials who are being trained in future uphold justice, equity, and the rule of law. One of the flagship programs and manifestation of this ethos is the National Outreach Program for Minority CSS Aspirants, launched with the support of the federal and all the 4 provincial governments of Pakistan and their minority affairs departments. Implemented by the Civil Services Academy, this initiative, backed by all the governments in Pakistan, empowers talented youth from Pakistani Christian, Hindu, Sikh, Jain, Qadiani, all communities, equipping them with the knowledge bases, imparting of skills, and above all, a confidence to compete in the CSS examination on merit. This program is funded and supported by the government of Pakistan and the 4 provincial governments. The success of its graduates is not merely symbolic, it represents a deeper transformation, from inclusion to genuine empowerment, advancing the vision of a more equitable and representative civil services. Within our academy, the Interfaith Society, which is represented here today, and under the Khidmatun Nas Society platforms, provides a vibrant forum for dialogue, understanding, and social empathy among probationers of all faiths. These engagements nurture officers who view diversity as a strength and public service as their highest duties. This initiative complements Civil Services Academy's experiential learning model, under which probationers engage in structured attachments, spending days at universities, at a Quwwat household, special educational institution, and government schools. Ladies and gentlemen, while laws provide structure and education builds awareness, real harmony grows at the grassroots, in classrooms, in communities, and in hearts. The Policy on Interfaith Harmony 2025 rightly emphasizes the education as the first line of defense against intolerance. For this, we are very excited and happy to join hands with the Minhaj International University and with the Institute. We think that our curricula needs to be cleansed of prejudice and infused with values of peace, pluralism, and civic respect. Equally important is the professional training and certification of teachers, khatibs, and religious educators, ensuring that those entrusted with shaping young minds are also trained in tolerance, civic responsibility, and the constitutional principles of equality and tolerance. We think again, here the institutions like Minhaj University, which already offered a structured academic and theological programs promoting peace and harmony, can serve as vital partners in this mission. I would like to state that at the CSA we are ready to contribute. We are ready to commit it and partnering with the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Interfaith Harmony, the Ministry of Human Rights, Minhaj International University, and other such thought institutions to design civic education, peace building, and leadership modules that both cultivate both competence and consciousness in Pakistan's public service. In doing so, as was earlier said, we affirm the words of our beloved leader, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, in his famous 11th August address. You may belong to any religion or caste or creed. That has nothing, and it has nothing to do with the business of the state. His vision remains our guiding light. In conclusion, let me once again commend Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri for providing leadership of making this event a part and parcel of Pakistan's international academic calendar. And above all, his team, who made these Herculean efforts for convening this conference and for transforming this dialogue into action. I would also like to thank all the international delegates who have come from various countries and are going to be a part of this scholarly dialogue. We think that as Pakistan implements its strategy for religious tolerance and interfaith harmony, such forums like these provide the necessary spaces for reflection, renewal, and shared resolve to address this challenge. At the end, from what Dr. Herman's friend said in Islamabad, I would like to conclude and like to share that please share this message and this thought on behalf of all the wonderful and beautiful people that are sitting over here. Tell your friends, sir, we think this conference today is a message of peace, hope, and tolerance. And more importantly, it is a message of a harbinger of a spring that is awaiting Pakistan and making Pakistan beautiful. I would conclude, with your permission, in this Urdu-Persian poem, which is a befitting tribute to an event like this. Please bear with me. With your permission, sir. Bahar aayi to jaise yak baar, लौट आए हैं फिर अदम से, वो ख्वाब सारे शबाब सारे, वो ख्वाब सारे शबाब सारे जो तेरे होंठों पे मर मिटे हैं, जो मिटकर हर बार फिर जिए हैं, निखर गए हैं गुलाब सारे जो तेरी यादों से मुश्कबू हैं, जो तेरे उस शाख का लहू हैं, मलाल अहवाल दोस्तां भी, खुमारे आगोश महवशां भी, गुबारे खातिर के बाब सारे, तेरे हमारे सवाल सारे जवाब सारे, बहार आई है तो खुल गए हैं नए सिरे से हिसाब सारे. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words. Thank you. It is now time to recognize excellence and honor extraordinary contributions in the field of research and interfaith harmony. To announce the winners of Lifetime Achievement Award, I would invite Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore.
Thank you very much. Before announcing the awards, I would humbly request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, and other esteemed guests on the stage to please come in front of the stage so that I can announce and we can award them with the Lifetime Achievement Awards. I would also humbly request Professor Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri Sahab to please join Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri while awarding these Lifetime Achievement Awards to our award winners. Ladies and gentlemen, Minhaj University Lahore upholds its tradition of honoring distinguished personalities who passionately work for the betterment of others, regardless of race, color, religion, or nationality. Following the receipt of nominations from its international stakeholders and consultations with its committee members, it has officially recognized two distinguished individuals whose lives are dedicated to bridging
divides among religious communities, and promoting kindness and humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored to share with you the presence of someone among us who is not only celebrated as an outstanding scholar and a peaceful builder, but also has remarkably brought together the world of science, faith, and heritage. He has dedicated his life to promoting interfaith harmony and global peace through dialogue, understanding, and mutual respect. Beyond his interreligious leadership, his scholarly research in preserving Sikh heritage in Lahore Fort stands as an enduring symbol of his commitment to knowledge, peace, and cultural coexistence. It is none other than Dr. Tarunjit Singh Butalia from Ohio State University, United States. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tarunjit Singh Butalia to receive his Lifetime Achievement Award for his lifelong services in fostering religious harmony, compassion, and shared humanity. I would request all of you to please appreciate his Lifetime Achievement Award with a warm welcome, with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Butalia, for spending a very research-based and intellectual time here in Pakistan for the promotion of Sikh heritage, culture, and peace, integration, and interfaith harmony. Dear audience, the second award is presented to a distinguished Christian leader, visionary, educator, and relentless advocate for interfaith harmony, who has dedicated himself to serving humanity with exceptional commitment both within Pakistan and internationally. His notable contributions to education and social development encompass the establishment of several institutions, including St. Peter's High School and St. Peter's College for Women in Lahore, as well as Darul Khushnoot and Darul Musarrat centers dedicated to children with special needs. His leadership in initiatives such as Muslim Christian Federation International and the World Council of Religions exemplifies a commitment to peace, coexistence, and mutual respect. With gratitude and admiration, I would humbly request Venerable Dr. Robert Samuel Azraya to stage to receive his Lifetime Achievement Award. I would again request you all to please welcome him with warm round of applause, with your clapping, to bestow him, to confer upon him the Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Robert Azraya, for sparing your dedicated initiatives for your lifetime for promotion of interfaith harmony and peace building in Pakistan. Please, a huge round of applause as you are watching him receiving his award from Professor Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, with other esteemed guests on screen. So I would again request you to please appreciate him. Dear colleagues and audience, another name who dedicated his life for the promotion of Pakistani art and culture, I mean Mr. Muhammad Shafiq Farooqi Saab. Mr. Muhammad Shafiq Farooqi is a renowned Pakistani artist, calligrapher, and art educator known for blending traditional techniques with modern styles. He is celebrated for pioneering the whirling dervishes theme in Pakistani art and has exhibited his work internationally. Dr. Farooqi holds a master's degree from Istanbul University and an honorary PhD in fine arts as well. Over a 60 years career, he has produced more than 14,000 arts pieces and held over 100 solo exhibitions in different countries around the globe, including United States, England, Turkey, and Pakistan. In 2021, he was awarded Pakistan's Pride of Performance in recognition of his significant contribution to the field of arts. He is also an author of the book With an Art and Mysticism, including The Tale of Drunken Flute and Whirling Dervishes and The Vision of Self, Iqbal's Journey to Spiritual Awakening. His paintings are displayed in art museums, universities, and galleries around the world. Dear audience, I would now humbly request all of you to give a standing ovation to these Lifetime Achievement Award winners. I would humbly request you to please stand up in honor of these Lifetime Award winners, Dr. Tarunjit Singh Bhutalia, Dr. Robert Samuel Azraya, and Dr. Shafiq Farooqi Saab. Thank you very much to all the individuals who has dedicated their lives for Pakistan's and the promotion of peace and harmony in Pakistan. Thank you very much. Please have seats. I would request my technical team to please play the documentary of Discover Pakistan. I here want to mention that Discover Pakistan is the media partner for Minhaj University Lahore's today's conference, which is International Conference on World Religions. I would request my technical team to please play the documentary by the Discover Pakistan, which is Bridges of Faith. Thank you.
Pakistan is the only country in the world that was established on the ideology of Islam and which, in accordance with the teaching of Islam, provides freedom of practice and safety to followers of all other religions. Pakistan, with over 97% of its population having Islamic faith, stands as a vibrant center of Muslim culture. The landscape is dotted with more than 150,000 mosques, each resonating with daily prayers and serving as pillars of community life. The country is revered for its rich spiritual heritage, reflected in the hundreds of Sufi shrines. These shrines, spread across the country, reflect the deep-rooted Islamic heritage and the spiritual devotion to its people. Minorities are given proportional representation in federal and provincial government positions, and seats in the provincial and national assemblies are reserved for them and allocated accordingly. The views and the stand taken by the founder of Pakistan, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, throughout the establishment stages of the nation on the rights of minorities are well documented, known and acknowledged in the world. The Christian community's role in the country's growth and development cannot be ignored. They have made significant contributions, particularly in the areas of health and education. Pakistan's Christians are held in respect and regard in maintaining their Christian traditions. Their skills in architectural excellence are well known and evident from the European-style churches, standing proud even today in many of Pakistan's cities. The shared walls of St. Michael's Church in Peshawar, with a mosque next door to it, truly symbolizes Pakistan's national unity and religious harmony.
पाकिस्तान हम सब का मुल्क है और हम सब पाकिस्तानी हैं, और जब तक दुनिया है पाकिस्तान कायम और दायम रहेगा, और हर किस्म की कुर्बानी देने से हम कभी भी गुरेज नहीं करेंगे.
Other examples of historically significant churches with architectural and artistic beauty in Pakistan are the Cathedral of Resurrection and Sacred Heart Cathedral in Lahore, St. Patrick's Cathedral in Karachi, the Most Holy Redeemer Cathedral in Multan, and All Saints Church in Peshawar. In all these places of holy worship, Christians are able to perform their rituals in total peace and their heart's content. It is not only on Sundays but also on Christian celebrations such as Easter, Christmas and other occasions that high security measures are in place and provided to ensure congregational and individual safety in worship. Pakistan's Sikh community has also made valuable and noteworthy contributions in promoting religious harmony in Pakistan. When speaking of notable sites of religious historical heritage, places such as birthplace of Guru Nanak Sahib, Nankana Sahib, Sacha Sauda, Farooqabad, Panja Sahib, Hasan Abdal, and Gurdwara Darbar Sahib, Kartarpur, all come to mind as worthy of mention. Twice a year in Pakistan, Sikh pilgrims from all over the world come over to attend and participate in religious ceremonies at Nankana Sahib to celebrate the birth anniversary of Baba Guru Nanak, and at Panja Sahib Hasan Abdal for Baisakhi celebration. Gurdwara Darbar Sahib, Kartarpur, where Baba Guru Nanak spent the final years of his life, is situated in Narowal district, a border area between Pakistan and India. Pakistan is also home to numerous historical Hindu temples, where the Pakistan's Hindu community have full freedom to practice their religious beliefs in a peaceful and harmonious environment, showcasing the nation's religious tolerance. Prominent and ancient thousands-of-year-old historical temples in Pakistan include the Katash Raj Mandir, Tilla Jogya, and Hanglaj Mandir, also known as Nani Mandir, are all worthy of mention. Of these, Hanglaj Mandir holds particular prominence among the temples in Pakistan as the oldest surviving mandir. This mandir, also known as Nani Mandir, is situated in the mountains region near Kund Malir, a beautiful tourist spot in the Lasbela district of Balochistan. Pakistan is also home to notable and large heritage of ancient relics from Buddhism, the fifth largest religion in the world rankings. There are around 40 archaeological sites relating to Buddhism in Pakistan. Pakistan remains as the center of Gandhara civilization. There are 19 prominent sites relating to Gandhara civilization in Pakistan. Pakistan's historical sites are part of global cultural heritage, and these include Mohenjo-daro, Taxila, the Royal Fort, Shalimar Gardens, the Rohtas Fort, Takht Bhai, and Makli tombs. In Pakistan, a variety of Buddhist relics can be seen housed in various museums. In the northern part of Pakistan, in Chitral, there is a centuries-old minority living in the Kailash Fairy, commonly known as Kalasha or Kailashi tribe. They have the rich and unique cultural heritage. Known for two major distinctive and colorful religious festivals known as Chilam Joshi and Chomos. They are universally famous and popular visiting attractions to tourists from all over the world, and many tourists visit the Kailash Valley from within Pakistan as well as from other countries. In Pakistan's largest city, Karachi, another small but significant ethnic minority known as the Parsis are to be found. The Parsis, followers of Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest religions which originated in ancient Persia, reside there and, like other religions, follow and practice their religion freely. In Pakistan, all minorities can perform their religious rites and practice in complete freedom. To the observers, it would seem that different cultures, traditions, and religions have all come together in harmonious coexistence, enriching and complementing each other with their uniqueness and diversity. As if all of them, though looking at different mirrors, are seeing the same guiding reflection. In this, the mosaic of different cultures and religions that enriches Pakistan and enroot a real sense of national pride.
That was a wonderful documentary, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Discover Pakistan. Moving forward, it is time for the first panel discussion of this conference. The title of this panel discussion will be An Imbalance in the Relationship Between Religion and Politics Could Lead to Religious Extremism. I would like to introduce our moderator and panelists. First, Dr. Tarunjit Singh Bhutalia, Associate Professor, Ohio State University, Columbus, USA. Next to him is Dr. Shoaib Sadal, Chairman of the One-Man Commission for Minorities' Rights. Next to him is Right Reverend Bishop Samuel Robert Azraya. He is the Director of Christian Studies Center, Rawalpindi, Pakistan. Dr. Syed Muazzam Ali Hashmi. He is the adjunct faculty member at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. And last, Mr. Amjad Mohammad Salim. He is the non-resident fellow at Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies, Doha, and also a research fellow at University Malaya. With this, I hand over the session to you, Dr. Tarunjit Singh Saab.
Thank you, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. It is the most dangerous thing to be between you and your food. So I have to be very careful in the program today. We are behind. So what I have decided to do today is keep our panel to 25 minutes. So you won't have to wait any longer than 30 minutes to get to lunch. The topic that we have is the imbalance in the relationship between religion and politics that could lead to religious extremism. Friends, religious extremism is something that we have seen across the world today. Even historically, we have seen religious extremism. And what I'm reminded of is the extremism that South Asia went through in 1947 during the partition. When we reflect on what happened there, how do we come out of that sense of animosity? The way to do it is to put shops of love in the bazaar of hate. When I see the work that Minhaj University is doing, that is what comes to my mind. This university is setting up shops of love in the bazaars of hate. My own family was given refuge in 1947, my grandparents, by a Muslim family here in Lahore. They hid them for several months, and one day, when the gentleman, my grandfather's friend, whose name I didn't know at that time, went to the mosque, the imam asked him, "We hear there's a family staying at your home. Who is it?" And of course, that convo was in Punjabi. ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਭਰਾ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ. And the imam asked him to put his hand on the Quran and swear that this man, my grandfather, was his brother, and he took the oath. Another shop of love set up in 1947. Friends, You will be pleased to know that today here in our audience is the grandson of the gentleman and the Muslim family who gave refuge to my grandparents in 1947. I would like to ask Rashid Virk from Gujranwala to kindly stand. Had it not been for this Muslim family, I would have not even been born. These are the kind of things that root out extremism. In the interest of time, our MC has introduced all our 4 panelists. So I will go down the row here and ask each panelist a question. We will not have time for Q&A because then that cuts into your lunchtime. And each panelist will get about 4 to 5 minutes to talk. So I first go to Dr. Shoaib Sattle, whom you heard from very eloquently earlier. Veerji, the question I have for you is, and a very good one that I think you can reflect on, what role could or should religious authorities have in the affairs of the state? What role could or should religious authorities have in the affairs of the state? And you can make your comments generic, you can make them specific to Pakistan. That's your privilege. Your floor, sir.
Well, in my view, these two things should be kept separate. Religion on one side and governance on the other side. I don't say that, if any religious issue crops up, then they should not be giving their opinion. Taking the extreme view that governance should be without any sort of input from those who are actually charged with the responsibility. So, in my view, the job of governance should be left with those who are charged with this responsibility, and the job of religious guidance or whatever should, of course, be those who are knowledgeable in that field. But if, for example, they have too much of a role, then issues like what happened in Egypt, for example, when President Sadat was killed. Similarly, there are examples elsewhere also. In our own country, when there was an attack on firstly General Musharraf, and then several others as well. So, if we bring the message home that religion is not, for giving hard outcomes. Religion is that, okay, discuss with each other and then arrive at a consensus view as far as possible. So this is my, input.
Thank you. Religious nationalism is prevalent across the world today. You look in the country I come from, what Trump is doing, white Christian nationalism. Across the border, we see Hindu religious under Hindutva. My question next goes to Bishop Samuel Robert Azariah. Brother, it seems to me that religious nationalism came to Pakistan through a dictator. It did not come through the ballot box. But in other countries in the world today, what we find is that religious nationalism is coming through the ballot box. Democracy has now become an agent of religious nationalism. What do you think, brother, are ways in which we as religious leaders can reclaim our morality, so to speak, of being subservient to political leaders and letting them use and misuse us.
Thank you very much for the question. The answer is so interesting, and the response can be fairly large. But I'll try to concise myself in 5 minutes, which is practically not very possible. You know, religious leaders have always, Dr. Saab, been involved in affairs of politics and affairs of the state. You take the medieval church, for example, they were involved. The popes appointed emperors and kings. They were involved in the life of political things. You see the Middle East, the early formation of religions. We have seen religious leaders, spiritual leaders getting involved in the affairs of the state. And even now, we can see them. You can see them as early as Iran and Pakistan and Burma and Afghanistan, many countries. You can see how religious leaders have influenced. Now, there is nothing wrong with religious leaders getting involved in the affairs of the state. The word that has been used in the question is a dangerous word. And if that act is implemented, then the result is not positive. The word that is used is interference of religious leaders. To get involved is one thing. Right. To interfere in the affairs of the state can have a negative implication. And that has been what is happening in our context. Now there are positive examples. For example, take South Africa. In South Africa, the Archbishop of South Africa was involved in the affair of the state for doing away with racism and apartheid. We have Martin Luther King, for example. Martin Luther King was involved in the life of the state. It's what is your concept? Once the religious leader gets involved actively in the life of the political affairs of the state, he loses moral values.
Exactly.
And once you lose your moral value, you forget the original call of a religious leader. The original call of a religious leader is to be the conscience of the state, is to be the conscience of the government, is to be the conscience of the political system. But once you align with the political system, you align with some mechanism which can lead into discrimination and differences. Just one line more, and then I will not say much more on it. I think what the Almighty has done in His creation, that is, He has given different responsibilities to different individuals. If we can stick to our own responsibility, that is fairly the right way the divine wants us to operate. To make a holistic society, to make a society of love and justice and peace. And I think what we as the religious leader, now I'm sitting here as a representing religion, for example. In the panelist, I'm the only religious representative here in the sense of having a job with the religious institution. I think we need to see that in our country of Pakistan, number one, truth prevails. Number two, justice prevails. Number three, love and care and the spirit of forgiveness prevails. So whatever we heard in the morning about the abuse of the blasphemy law and the abuse of other religious laws, that can be controlled. This question was raised about 35 years ago. There is nothing wrong with the law, but can the state handle the use of the blasphemy law? Or will it become more derogatory for the faith by the misuse? Unfortunately, the misuse has become more derogatory than protective to what it meant to be. I think I'll stop here and we can talk during lunchtime if somebody wants to ask further question. But I'm not sure whether I'm answering your question or not.
You not only answered the question, you answered the next question I had. So I have to change my next question.
Let's go for lunch then.
Yes. I will go next to Dr. Sayyid Mozaim Ali Hashmi. The question I have for you, brother, is that in recent times, we have seen in Pakistan, there has been what I would call an impunity when it comes to lynching of minorities, particularly, and I'll name it, Christians. We have seen some examples that were shared earlier from the stage today, in which people take the law in their own hands. Now, that's one matter, so I want you to comment on two things. One is, what can be done about people who take law in their own hands? Number two, it has been observed that while those people might be arrested, they are let off easily. The law that we are talking about does not punish the attackers. And many of my Christian friends tell me, in fact, the family that is attacked is then harassed. So it's double whammy for the Christian community. So could you talk about both those things and what can be done to alleviate? So the victim is also then is suffering after the incident has happened.
Thank you very much. It's religion again at the center of discussion once again. Why? The reason is that religion or religious following throughout the history proved to be the most destructive force that have even surpassed the natural calamities that brought disaster and sufferings to the humanity. Now, why that happened? Number one, the question Professor Batalia on the same platform answered last year, the golden words I would say, it's not the religion which is the problem. Religious people are. Not all of them, some of them. So why this happened actually? Why it has become such a destructive force? It becomes a destructive force because once the clergy acquires, turns into a bureaucracy, so that bureaucracy institutionalized the power and it started working in its own interest, using the religious political thought and emotions to mobilize, socially mobilize people against each other so they can continue in the politics. So what happened that, what we see is a conglomerate or nexus of politics and religion working against the essence of the religion. That's where we see the problem. Now the question is that when politics and religious nexus generates or leads to religious extremism, why can't the same thing, this imbalance can lead to stronger political values and recession of extremist religious thoughts, ideologues. Why this happened? This happened because they developed a bureaucracy, started working on there, and they institutionalize it, they twist, they manipulate all the religious ideologues. As I will quote, one of the most notorious $50 million project, Dr. Sadal might second me on that, by the CIA project, and we had all in the Afghan-Pakistan regions, those extremist Islamic books spread through madrasas and doing that. Now coming to that, why we actually failed to do that? We failed to do that because religion and the politics in a marriage of compromise start complementing each other for their political, financial goals and the authority that clergy get intoxicated to. Now, let me cite few examples
Brother,
why this happened.
you have 1 more minute to summarize.
Right. So the example is that We see Myanmar where Buddhists turned violent, and the Dalai Lama has to come up saying that those who are creating violence, they are not Buddhists, number one. Number two, we have seen the Balkan crisis where religio-ethnic cleansing took place. And then we have example of Zionists repressing Palestinians. And the fourth example is in the Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan, where minorities are suppressed. Now the last word, why this happened? Because there is a dilemma of strategy and implementation. So across the board, countries like Pakistan and India, you do get the laws, you don't get them implemented because people don't want to get them implemented because it serves their political interest and oil their political shop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hashmi, for your wonderful and eloquent words. However, respectfully, you didn't answer my question. So this is important. We have to talk about the elephant in the room, about Christians being lynched. And these incidents are not very common. But when they happen, the victims themselves are victimized after that. So I'm going to go to my next panelist, try the second time. And this is a brother, Amjad Muhammad Salim, who tells me that we met at the Parliament of World Religions in Melbourne, gosh, 10 years ago?
More than that.
Okay. So brother, now can you help? Are you aware of this issue in Pakistan currently? And what are your thoughts? What can be done about it?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. It's a great honor. I am aware of the situation in Pakistan, but I'm not qualified to speak on it because, you know, it's a subject that I know only on passing. But I think there's something a little bit more broader than that, right? So when we talk about mob violence or when we talk about these type of people taking the law into their own hands, it is a symptom not only of weak state power, but it's also a symptom of trust erosion. And I think we have, in this sense, a broken down system. We have a system when the hardware of justice systems and the software of social values, empathy, belonging, diversity, they've broken down. And this happens, and you know, on the surface, weak law enforcement or fragmented institutions are seen as the cause for it. But actually the deeper cause is that most people do not trust the system. The state institutions and the faith institutions have lost connection with the communities. We're much more interested in having people, how many people come to the mosque or to the church to pray, as to actually what are the ethics that they're taking forward, as we heard from our speaker today. So I think we need to come back to how do we understand and appreciate diversity. And I think that's the first thing. And what is the role of faith communities and faith institutions to bridge that gap, to connect. And I think that's where we start. I wanted to do a little exercise with the audience because they've been patiently listening. Yes. And so I wanted just to do a little exercise just to see if people are awake. So if you can hold up your left hand. Yeah, if you hold up your left hand. Everyone? Okay. If you take one finger and you tap on your finger, can you hear anything? No. Take 2 fingers. Yes. Take 3 fingers.
Yes, 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 yes.
Take 4 fingers. Take 5 fingers. Yeah. So your hand represents the diversity of society, right? And if we do not have all 5 of them clapping, then we do not get the sound that society makes, right? So I think the first and foremost thing that we need to start with is just having that appreciation of diversity. And for faith institutions and faith leaders to reclaim that trust, to reclaim that ethics, to reclaim that morality. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, brother. You could be a stand-up comedian, by the way. So, In closing, I would share that and I look at myself as a religious leader like the bishop here, we as religious leaders have allowed politicians to co-opt us in their agenda of getting votes. And many times getting votes means divisive politics. Unfortunately, I think we as religious leaders are being misused, and we've allowed ourselves to be misused because we like the political power that it gives us. I think it is time for each of us as religious representatives and leaders to walk the talk. Okay? We talk about all this morality, as the bishop said. In the end, when it comes to political leader, all the morality is gone. It's vanished. So I feel we need to walk the talk. We need to change ourselves and work towards, as he said, love and justice. There cannot be any peace without justice. And that is what I think we all need to struggle together. Thank you, everyone. And we are almost there for lunch. I want to thank my panelists. A round of applause for them.
Thank you very much, and a special thanks to our moderator for such a wonderful job and steering the discussion with such grace, balance, and intellectual poise. Thank you to our panelists as well. I know you are eagerly waiting for the lunch break, but before that, just a few moments of your kind attention. Now is the moment to present the shield of appreciation to the member of this amazing panel. For that, I would kindly invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. Sir, please join us in front of the stage. We need huge round of applause, please. I think Lahore is sleeping. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. Professor Dr. Hassan Mohiuddin Qadri, Chairman, Supreme Council. We need more claps. Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore, and Conference Convener. I request the panelists to please step forward when your name are being called. And Dr. Shoaib Sadal, Chairman of One-Man Commission for Minority Rights. Sir, please. A huge round of applause. Reverend Father Bishop Samuel Robert Azraya, Director, Christian Study Center, Rawalpindi, Pakistan. And a huge round of applause, please welcome Bishop Samuel Robert Azraya, Dr. Sayyid Mozam Ali Hashmi, Adjunct Faculty, Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Our guest of honor for today, Mr. Farhan Aziz Khwaja, DG Civil Services Academy. Now to our amazing moderator, Professor Dr. Tarunjit Singh Botalia. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sirs. You can please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a well-deserved break for lunch and Zohar prayer. Kindly proceed to the designating dining area. Dr. Amjad Sadri, please, I would like you to come forward, please. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. You may please take your seats. I request the hall management team, please guide the guest. We'll reconvene the second panel at approximately 2:30 p.m. Please join back the hall at around 2:20 p.m.
Direction is more than geography. It is the harmony of relationships, the weight of responsibility.
Senior faculty members, Lahore School of Law. He is also the founding director at Center for Law and Justice. Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sandhu, he is a famous historian and columnist. Mr. Asif Akil and Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sandhu, please join us on the stage. The last panelist, Mr. Ashok Kumar Khatri, Assistant Professor, Institute of Language and Linguistics, Oriental College, University of the Punjab, Lahore. मैं नहीं बुला सकती आप अशर्स को कहलवाएं सर जवाब से कहेंगे नहीं 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 ये अशर्स
Gandhara civilization. There are 19 prominent sites relating to Gandhara civilization in Pakistan.
Brigadier Akhtar Nawaz Janjua.
Royal Fort, Shalimar Gardens, the Rohtas Fort, Takht Bhai, and Makli tombs. In Pakistan, a variety of Buddhist relics can be seen housed in various museums. In the northern part of Pakistan, in Chitral, there is a centuries-old minority living in the Kailash Fairy, commonly known as Kalasha or Kailashi tribe. They have the rich and unique cultural heritage. Known for two major distinctive and colorful religious festivals known as Chilam Joshi and Chomos. They are universally famous and popular visiting attractions to tourists from all over the world, and many tourists visit the Kailash Valley from within Pakistan as well as from other countries. In Pakistan's largest city, Karachi, another small but significant ethnic minority known as the Parsis are to be found. The Parsis, followers of Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest religions which originated in ancient Persia.
Professor Dr. Raja Adnan Razak, sir, I hand over the panel to you. Please begin with the panel discussion. Dear audience, please be seated. Join us back in the hall. Please settle down. We are about to start with our second panel discussion.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I thank you all for coming back from your food tables. I hope this food coma is not going to be kicking in next half an hour. And obviously this is the second, panel discussion, and we would be talking about social resilience and law enforcement agencies can collaborate to counter religious extremism. I would like to put in a question mark onto it, but this is what we're going to talk about. Social resilience is the ability of a community, institution, or an individual to recover from any sort of a shock or trauma. So we have been doing this since 1947. When Pakistan was established, we didn't have anything. We had to come out of the ashes. So we didn't have people to man the machinery of the government. We didn't have resources. And the law enforcement agencies, at that time, it was Pakistan military with MEO and MFRO. They started, evacuation and other stuff. So they've been doing this work for quite some time, but the new nemesis would be the extremism in any, facet of extremism. So today we would be talking about this phenomenon that we just mentioned, and to discuss about these things, we are very lucky to have professionals, practitioners and scholars on the stage. On my extreme left is Brigadier Sahab Akhtar Nawaz Janjua Sahab, Stara Imtiaz Military, a decorated retired military officer. He has represented Pakistan at Shanghai Cooperation 2017 to 20, and then served on the board of Evacuee Trustee 2019 to 25. Has a keen interest in civil military relations. Next is our very own Professor Dr. Alkama Khwaja, Dean Social Sciences, a prolific sort of academic. He has his doctorate from Kent. He's been VC to a couple of red brick institutions, and he has served as Pakistan ambassador to Yemen. And sir, we are very lucky to share the stage with you. Then we have Mr. Asif Akil, or Asif Angelo Akil, whatever you prefer, sir. Acclaimed journalist and social worker, working on minority rights in Pakistan. He is also the founding director of Center for Law and Justice, senior faculty member at Lahore School of Law. And then we have an old friend, Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sandhu, acclaimed academic, historian, poet, and political activist. He has done extensive research on communal harmony, especially Sikh-Muslim relations. And then we have our guest, Mr. Ashok Kumar Khatri, Assistant Professor, Institute of Languages and Linguistics, Oriental College, Punjab University. He's a visiting faculty at LUMS, and he teaches Sindhi language and linguistics. So I'll start with Brigadier Sahab. Since, the forces have been working on this extremism and, evacuation and stuff, when did the military actually realize for the very first time that this, extremism is a national security challenge? How did they respond to it? What was the kind of a collaboration that was hired or rendered by the civil authorities? And do you feel that, you enjoyed sufficient political will and required public opinion for military's counter-extremism designs or campaigns? Over to you, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. The question has actually many dimensions. And talking about the dimensions, it is always a pleasure to be here at the Minhaj University. It has many dimensions. It is a state-of-the-art university. And whenever one finds a new dimension, this is the new dimension. Last time I participated online, this time physically. The question of extremism and terrorism. In brief, I would say that extremism is a mindset in which the hard line is adopted. There is the opposition is not brook. There is no place for diverse opinion. And at times, it can become violent to achieve its mission. Whereas, as I said, that the extremism is a mindset, whereas the terrorism is action. Same thing, when it is taken over by the violence, it becomes terrorism. So talking about its history, I'll just take 2 minutes on that. It is as old as the humanity itself. I think the first act of terrorism and extremism and terrorism was perpetrated by Kabil, and since then this has been the story throughout. But in the modern world, I think the catalyst was September 11, 2001. The attack on the World Trade Center, where the states and the state governors, that the governments, they recognized extremism as a national security concern. So it worked on three-pronged things. The first was intelligence, the second was diplomatic initiative, and the third was the use of force. Pakistan, as it joined in the war of terror after 2001, so the phenomena of extremism was there. The religious extremism was already there. The ideological extremism was there. The political extremism was there. But it took a new turn once the weapons were raised at smaller scale. And in the next 10 years, we had attacks, we had suicide bombings, we had roadside IEDs, but the major thing happened in 2014 when the APS school at Peshawar was targeted. The entire nation has suffered from that accident and is still suffering. Thereafter, I think it was decided that now this is the time to use the kinetic force, not the peaceful things. So the first operation was launched in 2014, known as Zarb-e-Azab. After the approval of the civilian government, the military went in and it carried out the operations and actually eliminated the terrorism cells in Sawat. And it is a case of beautiful action and plan where the rehabilitation, tens of thousands of people were evacuated to carry out the action and then they were called back to their homes. The next stage was 2017 when Raddul Fasad was launched in Waziristan. And right now, I think we are in the phase of Azm-e-Istikam. The problem has been that we have not taken it to the logical conclusion, number one. Number two, the political will has been here and there. Few people have actually asked for the action. Few people have asked for the dialogue. So we could not actually get the national consensus on the issue. The military is there since 2014, carrying out operations in the Waziristan, in Balochistan, in KPK and elsewhere. And right now you see it has actually spilled over to Afghanistan as well due to this problem. But a resilient nation is, as you said, resilient society is which actually carries out the analysis and then everybody joins together. There is a pluralism, there is understanding of the opinion, and on different things once we form an opinion, we go for the action. So we know what is the problem, what is the extremism, and we also know how to deal with it. The problem is that at times we do not have the backing which we ought to have. And due to that, we have not been able to cull this menace permanently. It goes down and then again raises its ugly head and we have to deal it again. In the process, there is a lot of attrition on the armed forces. I think since 2001, we have lost tens of thousands of soldiers and also civilians. So this is the time that we recognize this extremism and the way it has turned into terrorism, and we have to go for the final thing now. I think the political will has to be there and the armed forces have to carry it. At the international level also we have to think that what are the issues which have actually created the perpetrators of terror. Why the people have gone extremism, we have to solve those problems as well. We have to solve our internal problems as well. And I just on the diverting from my topic, I would say that I heard the first panel, beautiful discussion, all 5 speakers, but I was just having a thought, a religion which does not invoke compassion, which does not invoke love, which does not invoke tolerance, which does not allow the other opinion to progress, is not a religion. So there is nothing wrong with the religion. Probably the operators of the religion are wrong. They are too cramped from inside And that crampedness causes the problem. So we have to address that, and institutions like Minhaj universities, these are the places. The courtrooms, they are the places. They have to actually go out and punish the culprits, and then the society has to accept this menace and then go for where everybody is accommodated, and we preach love, peace, we preach fraternity, and we live together. We coexist as good human beings, irrespective of whatever religion we follow. That's my take.
Thank you, Brigadier Sir, for your candid remarks. Mr. Asif Akil, I've gone through your publications and your, writings in newspaper, and one thing that I found out, you have some sort of a reservation regarding one of the LEAs, the police, vis-a-vis, the Christian community, and especially once you're working as an activist from this community. So would you like to elaborate on those, reservation fears, and how far did you, find Pakistan's existing laws and the working of LEAs in protecting minority rights by keeping a sharp check on extremist tendencies in the society?
Thank you very much, and before I begin, I want to thank Minhaj. Coming myself from the Christian community gives me immense pleasure, and when I entered here and I saw it, I felt that Pakistan has changed. A conservative university like Minhaj is now open for a dialogue, which Brigadier Sahab just mentioned. No society can grow without letting dissent, letting people argue and discuss what they have the differences. Before I come to the law enforcement agencies, I want to begin with that what the Pakistani Christian community particularly has been through. Myself, coming from a marginalized Christian background, I have seen how Christians are treated as untouchable. And my name is Asif Akil, and I've recently added Angelo, and there is a reason for this. Angelo is my great-grandfather's name. I was born in 1971. My eldest brother was born in 1965, exactly when the major first war with India took place. He was named Gabriel Anwar. And by the time, 61 he was born, and by the time my second brother was born in 65, he was named Abid Shakil. So you can see at transition, we were changing our names. And this is not, it hasn't just begun. I agree that since 9/11 there has been violent extremism and also terrorism, but somehow it has continued and we somehow allowed it. So the Christian community faces, this is also important for the academics here, that somehow Christians and the scheduled caste Hindus are the two communities who live in segregated neighborhoods. And since I can recall 71, attacks on these neighborhoods had started. A book published in UK, and the attack took place in Pakistan. In 1986, something happened in Gaza, and a church was attacked in Rahim Yar Khan. So it has a history. One thing which is I want to stress here. Second thing I want to say that those neighborhoods are not just attacked on the pretext of blasphemy. As we have seen recently in 2023, 26 churches were burned just in 5 hours. There were more than 5,000 people out there in Jadawala, and so far nothing has done by the state in terms of punishing at least some of the perpetrators. Christian neighborhoods also face pressure of being described as patches, ugly patches, as one government report in Islamabad said. And secondly, these are seen as pockets where liquor is sold, where other things, meaning they are stigmatized. And that's why you will see a lot of police at its entrances in the evening. And many of the people who do not have anything to do with narcotics, they also go through this harsh treatment. And when someone is arrested by the police, and we have seen, many have complained in one of our research reports, that when they are arrested by the police for anything else, and when the police come to know that they are Christian, they all of a sudden change. No one likes Pakistan's police, generally. But when it comes that they treat non-Muslims coming from untouchable or very poor backgrounds, so that's what they see. The last thing which I want to share with you that I am one of the petitioners who in Lahore High Court, right after the Jadawala incident, filed a petition asking the court to set up a judicial commission to investigate the entire episode of violence in which 26 churches were burnt, one graveyard were desecrated, dozens of Christians' houses were damaged or broken. So after 2 years, last week the court decided that it does not have the power. But one interesting thing is, the government took the stance that their properties were damaged and we have given them compensation. And this is exactly what goes back to in 2014. The landmark judgment on religious minorities came from Supreme Court. And in that judgment, we read that Sindh Attorney General said, and I want to read for you, and then I'll finish. The Additional Advocate General Sindh on court inquiries submitted that the desecration of places of worship of minorities was not blasphemous and not an offense under the Pakistan Penal Code. And this is exactly where we can see legal injustice. This needs to change. And I think those students here, those who are, or others, they can see that there is still need. We have started a wonderful journey with programs like this, as Minhaj has started. But there is a lot to be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo Akil Saab, for your remarks. Professor Akhtar Sindhu Saab, I've known you for quite some time, like ages. You have spent all your life in academia, and you have gone through curriculum of many boards. Do you personally believe that a revised version of the curriculum can help achieve trust and harmony?
Thank you, Dr. Saab. This is a very good question that was already taken up by Brigadier Saab. The mindset, because syllabus and educational institutions infuse a sense of responsibility, and they give intellectual directions to the coming posterity. So academia is very important in this regard. We have Pakistani societies face two kinds of threats, external and internal. External threats, we have seen the performance of Pakistan Army. They retaliated and responded to the attacks from the external forces. And the second comes internal threats. And law enforcement agencies are there to deal with all the violent groups, organizations, and other kind of extremist elements existing in the society. So every youth or generations comes through institutions, schools, colleges, and universities. And then they become part of the government, permanent government, and maybe some of the people become part of temporary government, that is political government. So we will have to see 2-3 things. One, the domestic violence, our cultural and other societal norms, social dynamics, what kind of education or mindset is being produced by our mosques, then schools, and what kind of education the teachers are imparting, because something given in the syllabus is important, but teacher is more important because they interpret different things in different way. If someone belongs to a specific religion, a specific sect, so definitely he will or she will interpret or mold things according to his or her own mindset. So this is very important to see what kind of or our education system and officers should peep into the classrooms, what kind of education is being imparted by the teachers. The next is colleges. There are some organizations working and they have polluted the environment, education environment. Some universities are victim of such troublemaker students union and councils and groups, and they are working for some specific political parties. They are working as offshoots and they are involved in illegal activities. So they are creating problem, and sometimes they become part of or stooges of different, once they become part of a stooge of different groups at provincial level, national level, definitely they will become a part of international conspiracies. And when I was studying in England, so we have find our students involved in such activities, and they were being funded by some other enemy countries. So this is important. And then come universities. So universities are very important because all the universities are to produce human resource in all the walks of life, in military, in education, in police. All these officers come from universities. So we will have to see, we should conduct a research project, what kind of human resource and mindset they are producing. For example, can any university claim that they are producing honest human resource? Can any university claim that they are producing researcher as international level? They are contributing some at international level. So this is very important that we should fix all these things, because bureaucracy comes from universities on all these things. So this is important because mindset comes from universities, schools and education. And if we will not take care of our youth and coming posterity, definitely we are facing some devastating future.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you. Ashok Kumar Khatri Saab, you've been teaching in LUMS, literature and Oriental College. So my question to you is, that would you advocate this thing that, vernacular literature must be promoted so that, the communities who are poles apart maybe bring together so that, they can see each other? Very briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Saab. First of all, I would like to congratulate Minhaj University Lahore for organizing such a wonderful international conference on world religions. And this is the true spirit of Pakistan, which we absolutely want to see outside this marquee or outside this university. And one more, the question you have asked about the curricula and the issues of the nation and the things which are facing. Like basically, through the literature, through the poems, through the other things, we can promote our culture, and even being a minority people. Exactly, this is not a problem of the minority or the majority. Every person or every nationalist or Pakistani national is facing the same issue which the minority is facing. Terrorism does not just only the terrorism could not break the buildings or the institutions. It obviously break the trust, even the psychological issues, the trauma which people are facing through that institutions or through those issues. The main issue about the curriculum is that people are not aware of the other religions. The majority is not aware of the other religions, even the national heroes, who are their national heroes. Because through this agenda, if we include national heroes and those stories which are belong to Pakistan, we can build a good image of the Pakistan over there. And the majority needs to know about the ethical values of the minorities. Because being a minority student, each and every student is studying ethics or akhlaqiyat in their subjects. But main thing is that everyone knows to know about the akhlaqiyat or ethics. This is the main issue which we are facing right now in the Pakistan. Comparative study of religions is more important, because wherever the incident happen, the first reactant is the police or law enforcement agencies to react and rescue those people from that trauma. But thing is that the relation between the law enforcement agencies and the people of Pakistan is very low, and they don't have a good relation with each other has. Because just I want to give an example of one police. That police wants to go to that place and rescue the people, and the issue becomes the major problem because they need more care to be recovered from the trauma, and the people react like this. Haji, ki hoya the? Yahan kya hua hai? Batao. Matlab agar is tarah ka behavior is the behavior like this happen, the people will not recover from those situations. This is what I want to ask. And one more thing that I would like to add, I was watching one documentary from the Discovery, that there are many places, historical or archaeological or religious places in Pakistan. There are some more other places of Sanatan Dharma mythological issues, which are the temple of Prahlad Mandir in Multan. The basic history of that is the holy begins from here. And even that needs to be a more good place to cover all these issues, because if government and the people of Pakistan work on that, they definitely will improve the image of Pakistan, uplift the image of Pakistan and the morale of the Pakistan nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khatri Sahab. Thank you. Dr. Sahab, forgive my ignorance. We can take liberty, whenever you are around. So I would like to ask you whether, are we still a resilient society, question mark one? And second, we as a people, in academia, have we done enough to sort of confront the ideological demons that can invite extremism?
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I'm grateful, and would like to congratulate also the university for organizing such, conferences. One thing, I'm convinced about is, okay, ours is a resilient society by and large. This is how I feel, and I will just give you a very good example of Brigadier Saab ne kaha hai. He said that Peshawar incident. There are two important incidents that took place since '47. One is the last one was the Peshawar incident. The overall society did not react to it in a violent way. When we accepted it and we tolerated it. Likewise, another very important incident that took place in our history was the incident of 1971. Now, those two incidents are, of course, these are two shocks in our history. But if you look at it now at this particular point in time, what we find is both the incidents have not, we did not as a society react in a violent way. That is something very, very important to understand. And today, in the context of, now, which was a part of our country, now Bangladesh, we have now, despite that incident, we have now come not only closer, but we have perhaps, demonstrated both the sides. Forgiveness is the essential part of our life. Forgiveness is one of the characteristics which Allah loves the most. Allah is Rahman or Rahim. And forgiveness, He loves it. And therefore, I see it in the context of the subcontinent that today we are a society which is not only resilient, tolerant. Of course, we have had our hiccups, as I said, I pointed out earlier. And these hiccups are essential part of history. We talk about the European society being tolerant, but they too had gone to big wars, two big wars, right? Likewise, so we have had our hiccups, but these hiccups have taught us many things. And I believe because of that, ours is not only a resilient society, but a society which is willing to embrace others too, like the Christians and other minorities in Pakistan. I, as a student of history and a student of international relations, very strongly believe that the kind of society we have today, it is a society which not only tolerates others, but also embraced others. And Minhaj University is a very good example. Why I say that? Because we have a tremendous amount of diversity in this society. I have seen professors coming from Germany, coming from other parts of the world, and they're leading a life here, and during their tenure, they were so comfortable. Comfortable how and why? Because of the kind of environment that we created. And this creation of Kajing is the micro of a much bigger macro society in which we operate. Minhaj is an essential micro reflection of that tolerant society, resilient society in which we live. This is how I look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. You are very kind as always. Do we have time for question and answer?
Summarize.
All right. I hope we had time for question and answer, but still we are running short of time, and it's a race against time. Time is always going to win. So it's been a fruitful discussion today. We talked about military's involvement in countering extremism and terrorism. We talked about minority rights and their reservations and fears. We talked about curriculum. We talked about vernacular, sort of a literature. And end of the day, we talked about the role that the academia can play to curb down this nemesis of extremism. I hope it's going to be a good reminder of the evening. And I thank you all for your patience. I thank you all gentlemen for taking some of your precious time out for this panel discussion. And this concludes our session. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a warm round of applause for our amazing panelists and moderator. I know it's been a full morning and we are all ready for a quick tea break. But first, we must acknowledge the invaluable contributions of our esteemed panelists. I cordially invite our honorable dignitaries to come forward and grace us with the presentation of souvenirs of appreciation. Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors. I also request Professor Dr. Herman Rabog to please join Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri in front of the stage for the presentation of shields. Next, I request Professor Dr. Shanti Kumar Hetiarichi. Please join us in front of the stage as well. I'd request each of you to please step forward as your name is called. Dear panelists, first, Brigadier Retired Akhtar Nawaz Janjua. Dear audience, please a round of applause. Next, Professor Dr. Alkama Khwaja, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities at our own university, Minhaj University, Lahore. Round of applause, please, dear audience. Next, Mr. Asif Akil, Senior Faculty Member, Lahore School of Law. Male audience, I am not hearing any applause from your side. Next, Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sandhu. Now, Mr. Ashok Kumar Khatri. Male audience, I request you to please give us a warm round of applause. Audience in the back. Last, our moderator, Professor Dr. Raja Adnan Razak. Thank you all. I request the panelists to please join Dr. Hussain Saab for a group photo. Dr. Herman, Dr. Alkama, please join Dr. Hussain Saab for a group photograph.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now pause for a short tea break. Tea is being served outside of the Ibn Khaldun Marquee and Al Farabi Auditorium. The 3 technical sessions are scheduled to commence at 3:30 p.m. at Al Farabi Auditorium, Dr. Fariduddin Qadri Hall, Sayyid Tahir Alahuddin Hall. Kindly refer to the conference program book for the details of your selected session and venue.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Saira, and it is an honor to welcome you to the technical session 1.
For keynote speakers, please welcome Dr. Riham Abu Sanna, Director of Evolve Minds from Australia, to join us on the stage.
And we will.
Next, we have Mr. Amjad Muhammad Salim, Manager at Inclusion, Engagement and Protection Unit, who has joined us all the way from Geneva, Switzerland.
Thank you, our distinguished audience, for being here. We have some session guidelines. Our keynote speaker will have 12 to 15 minutes, and each presenter will have 10 to 12 minutes to complete their presentations. We humbly request all the speakers to adhere strictly to allotted time so that we can accommodate everyone smoothly. At the end of this session, there will be an opportunity for the audience to ask the questions. Before we begin, I would like to invite our session moderator and presenters to come forward and take their seats on stage. Join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Fozia Ghani. She is going to moderate this session, and she is the professor and chairperson at Department of Political Science, GC University, Lahore. Our first keynote speaker, Mr. Peter Jacob. He is Executive Director at Center for Social Justice, Lahore. Please join us on stage. Dr. Samia Shakil from National University of Modern Languages, Peshawar. Ms. Halima Ajmal from Rifa International University, Islamabad. And Dr. Faizan Hassan Javed from Rifa International University, Faisalabad. We also have Reverend Dr. Dipyush as keynote speaker, and he will be delivering his speech virtually. To formally start the session, let's begin with the keynote speech. And I would like to invite on podium Mr. Peter Jacob, Executive Director at Center for Social Justice, Lahore.
Esteemed moderator, the panelists, fellow panelists, and dear audience. Is there anyone who doesn't understand Urdu, by the way? If everyone does it, let me address myself in Urdu. तो ठीक हो गया? जी बहुत अच्छी. तो आज हमारा मौजू है जिसको उर्दू में मुश्किल तर्जुमे के साथ तकसीरियत कहा जाता है, प्लूरलिज्म, और दूसरा इंटरफेथ रिलेशंस, میرا خیال ہے کہ باوجود اس بات کے کہ ہزاروں صدیوں سے انسان ان تعصبات کو پاٹنے کی کوشش کرتے رہے ہیں جس کے ساتھ وہ پیدا ہوتے ہیں. ایسا ممکن نہیں ہے کہ جو چیز حواس خمسہ سے انسان کے ذہن تک پہنچتی ہے اس کے بارے میں کوئی رائے قائم نہ کرے. وہ رائے بائنری کی شکل میں ہو سکتی ہے, اچھے برے کی شکل میں ہو سکتی ہے, یا ایک مجرد حقیقت جس کا کہ یہ ہے کہ وہ اس کے ذہن میں سوال ہوتے ہیں کہ اچھا ہے برا ہے, دیکھا جائے گا اس کی باقی خصوصیات کیا ہیں, کیمسٹری کیا کہتی ہے, اس کی شکل کیسی ہے, فزکس ہے, جیومیٹری کیسی ہے. لہٰذا یہ جو موضوع ہے اس میں ہم توقع رکھتے ہیں کسی سوسائٹی سے, کسی سسٹم سے, کسی انسان سے, کسی ادارے سے کہ وہ ان تعصبات سے آزاد ہو جائے جن کی تعداد ہی پتہ نہیں کتنی ہے. یہ جو چائے دوست لے رہے ہیں یہ ذرا جلدی سے لے کے خاموشی سے چائے لے کے تشریف رکھیں تاکہ ہم بات جاری رکھ سکیں, باقی دوست بھی تشریف رکھیں. تو سوال یہ ہے کہ یہ یوٹوپیا جو باقی یوٹوپیاز کی طرح کہیں کامیاب تو کہیں ناکام ہوا, اس وقت اس کی کیا صورتحال ہے, یہ کہاں سے اس کی اسٹرینتھ کہاں سے ہم ڈرا کرتے ہیں, اور پھر ہم پاکستان کی صورتحال اس میں چند ایک سوالات زاویے اس کا جائزہ لیں گے. تو بنیادی طور پہ میں یہ کہوں گا کہ یہ دو کانسیپٹس یہ گزشتہ صدی میں اسٹرینتھن ہوئے, باوجود ان کی تاریخ اس کی لمبی ہو سکتی ہے. اور جیسے آج کے سیشنز میں ہم نے گفتگو سنی کہ ادیان کے اندر یہ انسان کی برابری, یکتائی, اچھا سلوک, اور یہ بھی کہ وحدت ادیان جیسے ہوتا ہے کہ ادیان میں مختلف چیزیں مشترک ہیں, لہذا اس میں ایک وحدت بھی پائی جاتی ہے. وہ میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ وہ کانسیپٹ ہیں. ایک تو میگا کانسیپٹ ہے جس میں سے ہم بہت سی چیزیں نکالتے ہیں, اور پھر اس کے اندر جو اتصالات ہیں, یہ کنیکٹیویٹی ہے, وہ اس کو تلاش کیا جاتا ہے کہ اس کے درمیان کیا کنیکٹ کرتا ہے. اور پھر اس میں خواہش یہی ہوتی ہے, وجہ یہی ہے کہ ہر ایک دین جب آیا تو اس میں کچھ نہ کچھ نیا تو ہوگا. وہ نیا ہوگا تو کہیں نہ کہیں ایکسکلوژن کا سبب بھی بنے گا. وہ ڈفرینشیٹ کرے گا پچھلے سے اپنے آپ کو اپنے آپ سے, اور پھر تو اسی طرح سے ایک ایکسکلوژن وہاں پہ انہیرنٹ. پھر جب وہ ایک میجورٹی ریلیجن بن جاتا ہے یا ڈومیننٹ ریلیجن بن جاتا ہے تو وہاں پہ بھی ایز فار ایز ریلیجن سوسائٹیز میں بھی یہ ہوا کہ سوسائٹیز جب بڑی اسٹیبلش ہو جاتی ہیں, بڑی سپر پاور بن جاتی ہیں, سلطنت بن جاتی ہیں, تو ان کی یہ کوشش ہوتی ہے, ضرورت بلکہ ہوتی ہے کہ امن امان قائم ہو, جنگیں نہ ہوں. پہلے ریاست کا وجود جنگوں کی طرح کے ذریعے سے آیا, تو پھر جنگوں کا خاتمہ اس کے وجود کو برقرار رکھنے کے لیے ضروری تھا. تو کچھ وہ سوال ہیں وجودی. لیکن میں جب یہ کہہ رہا ہوں کہ گزشتہ صدی میں یہ دو کانسیپٹ اسٹرینتھن ہوئے, ایک تو کیونکہ آپ یہاں پہ بہت سے لوگ ادیان کے حوالے سے گہری نظر رکھتے ہیں, مطالعے رکھتے ہیں, تو 1960 کی دہائی میں ایک خاص واقعہ یہ ہوا کہ یہ جو ایک بڑا گروپ ہے کیتھولک چرچ کا, تو سب سے زیادہ فالوئنگ ابھی تک, ان کی ایک ویٹیکن کاؤنسل ہوئی روم میں, اور تمام دنیا سے مذہبی پیشواؤں کو اکٹھا کر کے غور و فکر کیا گیا کہ یہ اب کیا ہم جو چل رہے ہیں وہ ٹھیک ہے, یہ جو تشریح ہے, تعبیر ہے. تو اس میں ایک تعبیر ضروری قسم کی وہ یہ آئی کہ ہمارا عقیدہ درست, لیکن باقی عقیدے جو ہیں ان کے اندر بھی سچائی پائی جاتی ہے. اس بات کو اعلان تسلیم کرنا چاہیے, اس کا صرف واجبی سا اقرار کافی نہیں ہے. تو یہاں سے وہ ٹرمینالوجی جس کو ہم انٹرفیتھ ڈائلاگ کہتے ہیں, ریلیشنز کہتے ہیں, اس کو ایک تقویت ملنا شروع ہوئی. پاکستان میں اردو کی تاریخ میں بشپ عزرائیہ سے آج صاحب مل چکے ہیں, وہ جو کرسچن اسٹڈی سینٹر ہے راولپنڈی, اس کا جو رسالہ ہے المشیر, پہلی مرتبہ اگر بین المذاہب مکالمے کا ذکر آتا ہے تو وہاں پہ آتا ہے 1968 غالباً. تو اس کے بعد پھر ایک آپ سمجھتے ہیں کہ بہت سارے سیاسی تبدیلیاں وغیرہ وغیرہ 9/11. اس کے بعد اب ایک منسٹری بھی ہوتی ہے انٹرفیتھ ریلیشنز کی. تو یہ ڈیولپمنٹس ہیں جو ہمارے سامنے ہیں. ویئر ایز پلورلزم جو ہے میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ بائی پروڈکٹ ہے کانسیپٹ. کور کانسیپٹ جو ہے وہ ہیومن رائٹس کی ڈاکیومنٹ میں, اور کور کانسیپٹ کیا تھا میرا خیال ہے ایکوالٹی نمبر 1, اور دوسرا اس کے اندر ڈگنیٹی آف ہیومن پرسن. اس لیے کہ پلورلزم کے ساتھ اٹیچ تمام آشائیں امیدیں وہ پوری ہو نہیں سکتی اگر آپ فرد کو اس کی انفرادیت کے ساتھ تسلیم نہ کر لیں. کسی بھی سماج میں, سوسائٹی, گھر, ریجن میں یہ ملٹی کلچرلزم کا, پلورلزم کا آئیڈیل یوٹوپیا یہ حقیقت کے قریب نہیں جا سکتا اگر فرد کی انڈیویجولیٹی کو قبول نہ کر لیا جائے. تو دیٹ از واٹ وہاں پہ میں اسٹینڈ کرتا ہوں کہ یہ جو UDHR ہے 1948 10 دسمبر, یہ ایک تاریخی موقع تھا جب تمام اقوام نے اس کانسیپٹ پہ ایگری کر لیا, اینڈ دیر بائی یونائٹڈ نیشنز جو کہ ابھی تک اسٹینڈ کرتا ہے. میں جو گفتگو آپ کے سامنے کروں گا اس میں 3 سطح کی چیزیں جو ہیں وہ آپ کے لیے فائدہ مند ہوں گی. ایک تو یونائٹڈ نیشنز, میں تھوڑی سی اس پہ الیبوریٹ بھی کروں گا. دوسرا ہمارے ہاں ایک اتحاد بنا ہوا ہے, ساؤتھ ایشین ایسوسیشن فار ریجنل کوآپریشن ساک, اس کو ذہن میں رکھیے. اور بھی ہیں کئی ایسے, ہم شنگھائی کوآپریشن کا بھی حصہ ہیں وغیرہ وغیرہ, لیکن وہ اس کی بھی ایک, اس کو ذہن میں رکھیے. اور پھر ہم لوکل لیول پہ نیشنل ایشوز کی 2-3 باتیں کریں گے. تو یونائٹڈ نیشنز آپ نے گزشتہ دنوں میں سنا ہوگا, میں ریفرنس ہر کسی کا نہیں دوں گا, لیکن کوئی کہتا ہے کہ یونائٹڈ نیشنز کا مائکروفون ٹھیک کام نہیں کر رہا, لفٹ ٹھیک کام نہیں کر رہی. کوئی کہتا ہے کہ پولیو ڈراپس نہیں پہنچے وقت پہ, کوئی کہتا ہے فلاں چیز وغیرہ. لیکن وہ ممالک خاص طور پر سرکاری جو ہیں ان کو یہ بتانے میں کوئی آر ہے کہ حکومتوں تو یونائٹڈ نیشنز کا اپنا چندہ بھی نہیں دیتی, اور جو شکایت کرتے ہیں وہ پہلے نمبر پہ ہوتے ہیں کہ وہ اپنا چندہ بھی یونائٹڈ نیشنز کو جمع نہیں کراتے. یہ ایک بڑا فینومینا تھا جو شاید اس کو ذہن میں رکھنا بہت ضروری ہے کہ یونائٹڈ نیشنز بیسیکلی واز دا انیشیٹو آف دا سول سوسائٹی دین, اور اسی نے اس کو سسٹین کیا اینڈ ناٹ دا گورنمنٹس. بہت سی آرگنائزیشن انکلوڈنگ یونیسکو, یونیسیف, ILO, دے پری ڈیٹ یونائٹڈ نیشنز. وہ پہلے ہوئیں اور یونائٹڈ نیشنز اس ضرورت کے تحت ایک مجبور کیا گیا اس وقت کی انٹیلیجنسیا. کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ پریزیڈنٹ ولسن آف US, he was a political thinker, but not everybody was aligned with that. تو یونائٹڈ نیشنز ملٹی کلچرلزم اور پلورلزم کی ایک امباڈیمنٹ ہے, پرہیپس ون آف اٹس کائنڈ, جس کو وہ سپورٹ نہیں ملی. اور چاہے وہ یعنی اس وقت بھی اگر فلسطینی غازہ میں ہیں یا یوکرین میں وہ لوگ ہیں تو ان کی آخری امید کیا ہے؟ یونائٹڈ نیشنز. کوئی امپارشیلٹی اگر ایگزسٹ کرتی ہے وہ گوتیریز ہوگا, کوئی کسی قسم کا گوتیریز ہوگا, کوئی اور کوفی عنان ہوگا کوئی. تو یہ میرا خیال ہے کہ اس کو بہت ضروری ہے. یہی حال ساک کا ہوا. ساک کو وہ سپورٹ نہیں ملی اور کسی سے بھی نہیں ملی, خاص طور پر گورنمنٹس جو ہیں وہ ان کا رویہ بڑا اس طرح سے مخاصمانہ رہا. آخری میٹنگ ابھی 10 سال ہو گئے ہیں میرے خیال سے بھی زیادہ, اسی لیے نہیں ہوئی نا کہ اس کو پاکستان میں ہونا ہے, اور وہاں پہ وہ نیشنلزم آ گیا ہے انڈیا میں جو کہ ایکسکلوڈ کرتا ہے, جو دوسرے کی حیثیت کو نہیں مانتا, دوسرے کے وجود کو تسلیم نہیں کرتا. ہمارے ہاں پاکستان میں ابھی ایک بڑی اسٹرگل ہو رہی ہے. مائی لاسٹ پوائنٹ مینس لاسٹ لیول. تو اس میں کچھ کامیابی کچھ ناکامی ہو رہی ہے. آپ نے بہت سی مثالیں ڈاکٹر شعیب سڈل سے لے کے اور بھی سنی ہوں گی جس میں پازیٹیو انکلوژن ہو رہا ہے. سمجھنے کے لیے یہ ضروری ہے کہ یہ اسٹرکچرل انکلوژن ہے اور بہت ضروری ہے اور وہ ہو رہا ہے. لیکن جہاں ہم ہار رہے ہیں وہ ہے نیریٹو کی غلطی. نیریٹو جو ہے وہ ایکسکلوژنری ہے. ہم نے پاکستان کی وجود کا کنسٹرکٹ وہ اس طرح سے بنایا ہے کہ جیسے یہ صرف مسلمانوں کے لیے ہونا چاہیے تھا. جس ڈاکیومنٹ کا ہم تذکرہ کر رہے ہیں نیشنل پالیسی اور اسٹریٹجی, اس کے اندر ایک جملہ آیا ہے. میں توجہ چاہتا ہوں سب دوستوں کی جو آ چکے ہیں, تشریف رکھ رہے ہیں, بلکہ بیٹھ ہی جائیں میں تو کہوں گا. تو اس کے اندر ہے ایک جملہ کہ پاکستان جو کہ اسلام کے نام پر وجود میں آیا ہے. ڈاکٹر سندھو بیٹھے ہیں, ایکڈیمکلی اس کو پروو نہیں کیا جا سکتا. اٹ وڈ بی رانگ ٹو سے کہ اور یہ پولیٹیکل نیریٹو کا حصہ ہے. جب آپ انٹرفیتھ ریلیشنز کی کسی پالیسی میں یہ پرائمیسی اسٹیبلش کر دیتے ہیں تو پھر آپ کو کچھ بھی آگے امپلیمنٹ کرنے میں مشکل پیش آ جائے گی اگر یہ کر لیتے ہیں. ہسٹوریکلی انکریکٹ کہ ایسا نہیں تھا. وہ مسلمانوں کے حقوق کے لیے جد و جہد تھی جس کو کہ قائد اعظم نے مائنورٹیز کی جد و جہد بنا دیا تھا. آپ کے ہاں 2 ڈاکیومنٹس فراموش کیے جا رہے ہیں بہت امپورٹنٹ, اور ایک 14 نکات ہے اور دوسرا قرارداد لاہور ہے. اس کی آپ سینس پہ چلے جائیں, اس کی آپ ورڈنگ پہ چلے جائیں. حد یہ کہ ہمارا کانسٹیٹیوشن جو ہے اس کے اندر وہ ورڈنگ نہیں ہے حقوق کے لیے مینڈیٹری افیکٹو, جو کہ ہم نے 1940 میں تجویز کی تھی کہ مائنورٹیز کے لیے ہونا چاہیے. صرف مائنورٹیز کے لیے, تمام شہریوں کے لیے. تو ایک سسٹم کمزور ہو جاتا ہے جب وہ بائسڈ ہوتا ہے. وین ایور اٹ ایکسرسائزز بائسز وہ کمزور ہو جاتا ہے. ڈاکٹر حسین محی الدین نے بھی آج بہت سی باتوں کا ذکر کیا, بہت سی باتوں کو انڈر لائن کیا. ہمارے لیے آسانی ہوگی اس کی. لیکن میں تھوڑا سا جو ہے وہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہاں پر نیریٹو میں جب تک یہ تبدیلی نہیں آئے گی, وہ نیریٹو نہیں آئے گا تو ہمارا کانسٹیٹیوشن وہ کچھ کہتا رہے گا. کانسٹیٹیوشن 25 مقامات پر شہریوں میں مذہب کی بنیاد پر تفریق کرتا ہے. جب ہمارا جس کو گرینڈ نارم کہتے ہیں, نیریٹو کہتے ہیں, وہ ایسا رہے گا تو وہ لوگ آتے رہیں گے جتھے بنا کے جو یہ کہیں گے کہ جو کانسٹیٹیوشن میں لکھا ہے وہ کرو. ٹی ایل پی یہی کہتی تھی نا. اس سے پہلے کے جو جتھے بنا کے ہاسٹیج بناتے ہیں لوگوں کو, عدالتوں کو, نظام کو, بلکہ میں کہتا ہوں کہ اس نظام کو تو وہ ناک سے اس طرح سے پکڑ کے تو اس کی اٹھک بیٹھک کرواتے ہیں. تو کیوں کرواتے ہیں؟ وہ ایکسٹریمزم جو ہماری اس کانفرنس کا مین ایک فوکس ہے, وہ کیوں ہے؟ اس لیے کہ آج ابھی بھی اسی سیشن میں بھی بات ہو رہی تھی کہ وہ شاید ملیٹریلی اس کو ہرانا مشکل نہیں ہے, آئیڈیولوجیکلی ہے. اگر آئیڈیولوجیکلی ہے تو دیکھیے اسی ابھی جو گزشتہ سیشن ہے اس پہ مائنورٹیز پہ بات ہو رہی تھی. مائنورٹیز, ریلیجیس مائنورٹیز ان پاکستان, دے آر ناٹ پارٹ آف اینی آرمڈ اسٹرگل. کبھی بندوق نہیں اٹھائی. تو کیوں ڈسکس کر رہے ہیں؟ اس لیے کہ دے آر ٹارگٹ. ٹارگٹ کیوں ہیں؟ اس لیے کہ ہمارا میگا نیریٹو جو کہانی کہتا ہے, وہ جو ایکسٹریمسٹ ہے وہ کہتا ہے میں اس کو سچ کر کے بتا دوں گا. اسے پتہ ہے کہ پاکستان کی ریپیوٹ کو خراب کرنا ہے تو مائنورٹیز کو چھیڑو, ان کو مارو. تو وہ ایک طرح سے وکٹمائزیشن بھی ہے, ٹارگٹ بھی ہے. لہٰذا دیز آر دا کنیکشنز. اگر انٹرنیشنلی بھی اس وقت برا وقت ہے, پلورلزم پہ, ہیومن رائٹس پہ, جمہوریت پہ اس وقت برا وقت ہے. اس کو ہم نے وقت کا پہیہ بدلنا ہے. تو میرا تو یہ ایمان ہے کہ پاکستان بدل سکتا ہے. اس نیریٹو کو پاکستان بدل سکتا ہے. ہم نے بہت سے کام ایسے کر لیے ہیں آلریڈی جو کہ دنیا کو کنونس کرنے کے لیے تیار ہیں کہ ہم ایک بدلا ہوا پاکستان ہے. ہم نہ صرف بدلا ہوا پاکستان ہے، ہم اپنے اس ریجن میں بھی ایک لیڈنگ رول پلے کر سکتے ہیں، ہم دنیا کو بھی راستہ دکھا سکتے ہیں، اور اس کے لیے یہ ہے کہ ہمیں ٹرانسفارم کرنا ہوگا اپنے آپ کو. آج سے 70 سال پہلے جب قرارداد مقاصد پاس ہوئی تھی تو اس خطے میں کوئی مذہبی ریاست نہیں تھی. ہم بنے سب سے پہلے مذہب کے نام پر یا مذہب کی ترجیح کو اپناتے ہوئے، ایک مذہب کی ترجیح کو. اگر ملٹی کلچرلزم یا پلورلزم اس کو اکاموڈیٹ کرنے والا ملک ہم بننا اور بنانا چاہتے ہیں تو ہمیں اس کو ٹرانسفارم کرنا پڑے گا. ہمیں وہ یرغمالیت جو کہ ایکسٹریمسٹ کے ہاتھ میں ہے نیریٹو کی شکل میں، اس سے واپس لینی ہوگی کہ نہیں، ہمیں بتانا ہوگا کہ 14 نکات میں جو اصول بیان کیے تھے سیاسی، وہ صرف پاکستان کے لیے نہیں، اگر کہیں اور بھی استعمال ہو جائیں تو وہ مارجنلائزیشن دور ہو سکتی ہے مائنورٹیز کی، جو قائد اعظم نے سوچا تھا کہ ہم کر لیں گے. انڈیا میں ہو تب بھی، اور اس کے بعد پاکستان، جب ہم پاکستان بنانے والے تھے تو وہ مارجنلائزیشن، لیکن وہ ان اصولوں کو ساتھ لے کے چلنا ہوگا. قائد اعظم کو جتوانا ہو، قائد اعظم کے اصولوں کو زندہ کرنا اور جتوانا ہوگا، کیونکہ میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ راستہ اگر پاکستان دکھائے گا تو یہ ریجن، اب اگر ہم صرف اکیلے بدلیں تو اس کا فائدہ ایران اور افغانستان کو کیسے ہوگا، یا وہ ریجن کیسے پرامن ہوگا. ہندوستان کی پالیٹکس جو ہے وہ کب بدلے گی؟ اگر وہ نہیں بدلے گی تو ہم کیسے بدل پائیں گے اپنی پالیٹکس؟ تو مجھے لگتا ہے کہ دنیا کو راستہ دکھانا ہے، پاکستان کو، اور اپنے تجربے کی بنیاد پہ دکھانا ہے کہ ہم ایکسٹریمزم کو بھی ہرا سکتے ہیں، نظریاتی طور پہ بھی اور کسی اور طرح سے بھی. بہت شکریہ.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Moving forward, I would like to invite on podium Dr. Samia Shakil from Namal University, Peshawar. And her research paper is on Reimaging Coexistence, Combating Religious Extremism Through Peace Narratives in Pandemic Literature.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Respected sir, respected keynote speaker, Dr. Fozia and Dr. Saira. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present my research on this prestigious platform. My name is Dr. Samia Shakil and my area of specialization is English literature. Currently, I'm working at NAML, National University of Modern Languages, Peshawar campus, as the head of the Department of English. Today, I'm here in order to present my research article, and the title of my research article is Reimagining Coexistence, Combating Religious Extremism Through Peace Narrative in Pandemic Literature. Religious extremism, as we all know, and as our sir has already discussed, and what we are hearing since morning, is that it is one of the most serious socio-economic and cultural issues faced by in the modern world. That has actually created a problem for the modern man, which actually stops him in order to progress and move forward in a much better manner that he actually is doing nowadays. And this issue is not actually moving in a linear pattern, rather it is mostly context-based. And COVID-19 that we have already seen, because we are all living in a post-pandemic world, that during that time period, along with the health crisis, we have seen other issues emerging of like socio-economic nature, financial nature in the societies, and especially countries like Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, especially the South Asia, we have seen people facing so many other issues, and this extremism or marginalization, treating people as an other on the basis of their faith or ethnicity, this is what we have seen taking place and escalating during the time period of COVID pandemic. And we, the students of literature, have actually seen that researches have been conducted on extreme, books or articles published showing extremism as an issue, but most of the focus has always remained on the socioeconomic factor. Very less attention, according to my humble knowledge, has been given to the narrative, the role that actually literature has played in the peace-building process. And the influence actually exerted by literature as a peace-building drive has always remained underexplored. And this is actually the gap that I am going to talk about here today. I have taken a short story with the name of The War Zone that got published during the time period of COVID 2020 by a Pakistan-based writer, Sana Munir. And in this particular story, she is giving us the first-hand experience of a health practitioner and placing her in the minority group, and then highlighting that what issues a health practitioner belonging to a female gender, belonging to a minority group, actually faces during that time period of global crisis. So the story is simply a narrative, a first-hand experience of a doctor who works in a government hospital situated in Lahore. It's a fictional narration, but the problems that were faced by the health practitioners and the doctors, that they were the real life problems. And this narrative, this story has been taken as an example from the whole peace literature that was written during that time period. To identify the narrative elements in the story and that challenge religious bias and encourage interfaith harmony. So the aim of the author is basically to promote literature and those stories which can play their effective role in the process of peace building. To highlight the role of pandemic literature in revealing and addressing social fault lines, especially religious extremism. and to suggest practical policy-oriented measures grounded in the narrative that can promote peaceful existence in multi-faith societies. In accordance with that, I have my research questions that how does basically this story, The War Zone, portrays religious prejudice and interfaith tensions during the time period of COVID-19 pandemic. And in what ways can The War Zone be interpreted as a peace literature narrative that fosters empathy and interfaith harmony? How does John Paul Lederach's moral imagination, taken as a framework in order to do the textual analysis, help in understanding the transformative potential of literature in combating religious extremism? And what concrete strategies for preventing religious extremism can be derived from the narrative and in underlying message? The literature, the existing literature that was reviewed was related to the story. That story has already been explored with the lens and with the perspective of feminism and Barthelsian structural analysis, and literature that is also available related to pandemic and global health crisis and minority healthcare workers and intersectional prejudice that exists in crisis fiction. This research study basically applies John Paul Lederach, who is basically a practitioner, American practitioner in the field of social conflict transformation. And he, in his book, The Moral Imagination, that got published in 2005, he gives a framework for peace building, which is then further divided into 4 levels. And the first one is the capacity building, and that second one is the showing attention and giving preference to relationships, taking risks, and final is completely reshaping and reframing the individual as well as the communal identities. The research is qualitative in nature. Interpretative literary analysis approach has been applied, and the whole text has been analyzed with the framework of John Paul Lederach's theory. Primary sources are obviously the story, the text of the story, and John Paul Lederach's framework. The later has been used in order to analyze the forward one. This is the expanded framework for peace building given by John Lederach, and it goes from the creation level, that who we are. This is asking questions that actually we, as already we are talking since morning about the same issues, that we need to rethink, we need to reimagine ourselves in not one particular place. Like this is the process of understanding others or understanding those who do not understand us. So why not we take the initial step and trying to bring change and try to metamorphose the transformation that is highly needed. The results of the story, the study basically show that the story contains the themes of otherization and discrimination. There is a moral imagination and the practice of peace that is highlighted in the story. The text of the story is related to conflict reality and exposure of religious prejudice that is actually faced and encountered by the protagonist of the story, and the function that peace narrative can actually have during the time period of such global crisis, and even not in the time of crisis, because what the text shows is that violence is not actually peace is not actually the absence of violence. Rather, it is understanding and living in harmony and equilibrium with those who are different from us. It is actually understanding the differences and then living together, not making people believe in us or not people believing in what we believe in, right? It's not only the individual struggle against the problems that are faced, but it is the community and the whole society that basically has to completely change the mindset. What policy recommendations for combating religious extremism through this study we can find out is that basically such kind of narratives need to be made the part of the scheme of studies at university, undergraduate and graduate level. Rather, they should be made the canonical text. Only then we can bring change into educational curricula. use of narrative-based interfaith dialogue in community programs. This is the example, like today, my standing over here and the people, the gathering is the exact example of what we really need to do. And promotion of media campaigns that highlight positive cross-faith encounters. So these are my findings and my policy recommendations for the dialogue that we are having here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Samia. Now I would like to invite Ms. Halima Ajmal from Rifa International University, Islamabad, to share her presentation on community engagement for promoting religious tolerance, a case study of Pakistan National Action Plan 2025.
Thank you, dear moderator. Behind every act of extremism, a story of disconnection, a person who felt unheard. Through meaningful community engagement, we can transform isolation into inclusion and fear into resilience. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Halima Ajmal, and today I am honored to present my paper entitled Community Engagement for Promoting Religious Tolerance, a case Pakistan's National Action Plan 2025. First of all, we need to understand the meaning of community engagement and religious tolerance. Religious tolerance means understanding, tolerating, respecting, and accepting diverse religious beliefs, while community engagement means our community engagement focuses on building strong relationships through inclusivity, empowerment, and collaboration. Community engagement and religious tolerance are pivotal concepts for achieving harmony, peaceful coexistence, and mutual consensus among religiously diverse communities and groups that had long remained at loggerhead in Pakistan. Pakistan, as a democratic Islamic state, was desired to be a progressive and moderate state, but the socio-political history of Pakistan reveals shocking data regarding the attitude towards religious communities. The objective of achieving religious tolerance is highlighted in the National Action Plan 2025 that examines the role of different segments of society, including youth, educational professionals, and other stakeholders, to curb the element of religious extremism, intolerance, hatred, and enmity from the society through participation and involvement. The objective of my study is to examine the importance of community engagement. It also examines the tools of community engagement that are necessary for achieving religious tolerance within the society. It also highlights the constitutional and governmental laws that are being made in Pakistan, and also the incoming initiatives that government of Pakistan is making. It also explores and assesses the challenges that Pakistani society is facing to curb the issue of religious intolerance. Then it highlights the counter strategies to curb this issue. A number of literature is being analyzed to assess this topic of community engagement that is necessary for promoting religious tolerance in Pakistan. Like a study entitled Pakistan, a Laboratory of Religious Pluralism, Tolerance and Diversity in 2021 highlighted the concept of religious pluralism and its importance in Pakistan as a most desirable phenomenon. A paper, Building a Culture of Religious Harmony in Pakistan through Educational Initiatives 2024, and a paper, Demographics and Religious Tolerance Among Youth, Moderating Role of Education, both discuss the importance of educational institution, proper curriculum, well-trained teachers, interfaith dialogues are necessary to curb the issue of religious intolerance and promoting harmony within Pakistan. Then paper, Religious Freedom in Pakistan, a case study of religious minorities, 2021, highlighted the constitutional laws that are being made in Pakistan and the insecurities of minorities related to constitutional rules and laws that are made in Pakistan. An influential study exploring the impact of religious diversity on social cohesion, a critical study of interfaith relation in Pakistan by Siddiq Farah and Tosif explores the role of different segments of Pakistani society, including government institutions, civil society, and institutions for promoting religious diversity in promoting religious diversity. For methodology, I have used qualitative techniques and used primary and secondary data. For primary data, I collected primary data from Constitution of Pakistan 1973 and National Action Plan 2025. And secondary data is being collected through several scholarly articles, including journals, national and international reports, newspapers, etc. Now, to curb the issue of religious intolerance in Pakistan and the issue of extremism, Pakistani government has formulated extensive policy and strategy regarding this issue, entitled as Pakistan's National Action Plan 2025, initially formulated in 2014, and then National Counterterrorism Policy and Prevention of Violence Extremism Policy in 2024. With the collaboration of Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, special steps have been taken to stop the hate speech, negative content and agenda, and regulate the behavior of people. In this map, we can see that multiple URLs have been blocked by Pakistan Telecommunication Authority during the year 2022 and 23, including 4,778 URLs and the websites that were promoting sectarianism and hate speech, 137 URLs related to contempt of court, 22,496 related to defense of Pakistan, 11,332 related to the glory of Islam, 5.946 regarding defamation, 7,901 related to the decency and morality, and 2,771 were the miscellaneous URLs and websites that have been blocked by Pakistan Telecommunication Authority. Today, Hindus form 1.63%, Christians 1.5%, Ahmadis 0.2%, and other minorities 0.31% of the total population of Pakistan, who face extreme socio, political, economic, and religious adversities and hurdles in Pakistan. And the basic reason of this very problem is that the constitutional laws are being made in Pakistan that are blocking their ways to get the religious freedom that should be given to them. But government of Pakistan has outlined some strategies and initiatives. That initiatives are raising sophisticated media campaigns and awareness, reviewing of the syllabus, creation of local and national level interfaith councils and committees, scholarship opportunities for minorities, drafting and reviewing constitutional amendments for discriminatory laws, and protection of places of worship. Now we will discuss the strategies and tools of community engagement. That should be a role of educational institutions, community engagement through the inclusion of youth, educational professionals, educational institutions, and other stakeholders, the government officials and other members that should be added in this agenda to curb this agenda of religious intolerance and to enhance the religious inclusive community. In this map, we can see that, in this chart, we can see that the role of Islamic Islamic teaching and role of educational institutions can enhance the religious intolerance in Pakistan. Let's say we discuss the core values of Islam, like peace, peaceful values of Islam, the theory related to conflict prevention, encouraging dialogue, rejecting extremism, cultural sensitivity, and non-discrimination related policies of Islam can curb the element of religious intolerance in Pakistan and enhance religious tolerance, harmony, and connectivity among diverse communities in Pakistan. According to a report issued on issues focused by minorities of Pakistan from 2007 to 2010, defined that the cases of murder on religious beliefs, murder under blasphemy laws, and murder of Ahmadis are being increased from 2007 to 2010, and these numbers are increasing rapidly. My recommendation for all this religious, the agenda of religious intolerance is we can create a more inclusive environment for religious communities in Pakistan through religious instruction and education that should be done by religious and our educational institutions. We can counter violence, extremism messaging through print and electronic media. We can use electronic and print media to counter these threats. We can engage and interact with educational institutions, revising and updating madrasas, curriculum and syllabus. We can control and regulate extremist online discourse, and community project and initiatives can be done to counter terrorism, extremism, and religious violence in Pakistan. In conclusion, I would like to say that religious intolerance and fanaticism is a destructive matter for religiously pluralistic society like Pakistan, and this issue can be curbed through National Action Plan 2025, that is a revival of, National Action Plan 2014, and other policies that can be made by the legislative assemblies and government departments. People-to-people connectivity, individuals' role of youth, and our teachers and the other stakeholders can be increased to curb this issue, and the issue of derogatory laws and constitutional hurdles can only be solved through creating more conducive environment and healthier legislation. By the end of this topic, I would like to say that community cohesion is not a luxury. It is a strategic necessity against extremism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Halima. Now I would like to invite Dr. Faizan Hassan Javed from Irifa International University, Faisalabad, to share the research on the role of universities in combating interreligious extremism, insights from Quran and Sunnah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Inna alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. My name is Dr. Faizan Hassan. I belong to Rifa International University, Faisalabad, and I am serving as Assistant Professor Islamic Studies and also the Director of Academic Department. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of my research article is the role of universities in combating interreligious extremism, insights from the Quran and Sunnah. Universities are uniquely positioned to play a crucial role in addressing the growing issues of extremism and intolerance. Peaceful coexistence is the biggest issue of today's society. Universities are also the part of same social paradigm. Unfortunately, we have to confess that universities as the part of this society have been also polluted with the extremism and violence. हमें इस बात को मानना पड़ेगा कि हमने इस मुल्क की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में बल्कि पूरी दुनिया में बहुत सारे इंटेलेक्चुअल माइंड्स का खून होते देखा. हमने सेक्टेरियन वायलेंस की बुनियाद पर, कभी कबायली असबियत की बुनियाद पर, कभी रिलीजियस एक्सट्रीमिज़म की बुनियाद पर हमने उन बहुत सारे नौजवानों का खून बहते हुए देखा जिन्होंने आगे जाकर इस मुल्क की बागदौड़ को संभालना था, जो इस मुल्क का मुस्तकबिल थे. लेकिन इन सब चीज़ों का शिकार होकर वो यानी अपनी जानें गंवा बैठे. Not only Pakistan, but the whole world is facing the issues of religious extremism in the universities. Extremist religious groups are actively polluting the environment of the universities. Biasness on the basis of majority religious groups by the faculty and the management is not only the problem of Pakistani universities. Muslim students studying in the well-reputed international universities also face problems like this. These issues can be resolved in several ways. By reforming the curriculum and adding the real teachings of religion regarding extremism and its rejection in the scriptures. The unbiased behavior of faculty and management towards all the students, and by inculcating the teachings of Quran and Sunnah, we can minimize the challenges of intolerance, extremism, and sectarian violence. The seerah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam elaborates the fact that even by maintaining the unique Muslim identity, we can coexist with the people of other sectors of the society too. The principle of La ikraha fid deen, there is no jabr, no ikrah in the religion. It means that it explains that we cannot force someone to enter in our religion. But by our good conduct and behavior, we can pose a good image of Islam in front of them. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say that the first university of Islam, the Ashab-e Sufa, having a rector like Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the students like Sahaba, is still the role model for the well-known famous universities of this era for promoting the concept of real justice in Akhirah, not in Dunya. I recommend the curriculum reforms in the universities, dialogue and engagement, institutional commitments for negating extremism and violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Faizan. Before we conclude, we have our second keynote speech by Reverend Dr. John Depuge. Dr. John is an associate professor at Australian Catholic University, Melbourne, Australia. He is a renowned scholar in mysticism, theology, and interfaith spirituality. I request the IT team to play the keynote speech by Reverend Dr. John Depuge.
Greetings from sunny Australia. The topic of this paper is Legislating Against Extremism in All Its Forms, the Australian Model. Australia had an unusual start. It began as a penal colony. Although the Aborigines lived on the continent for some 50,000 years, European colonial settlement began less than 250 years ago. When eventually Australia was established as a nation in 1901, it introduced the highly racist White Australia policy, which excluded non-Europeans, especially the Chinese. This policy was abandoned only after the Second World War. It has since then become one of the most multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multicultural societies in the world. In 2021, for example, over 7 million of its citizens, 1/4 of the population, were born overseas, with large numbers from South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. While English is the national language, almost 1/4 of households use a language other than English at home. Most Australians welcome multiculturalism, although there are the occasional hostile voices. Australia is a large country geographically, in fact a continent, but its population is small, some 27 million. 100 years ago, more than 90% of the population classed itself as Christian. Less than 50% now class themselves in that way. Almost an equal number say they have no religion, even though many are deeply spiritual. There are about 1 million Muslims, 700,000 Hindus, and 700,000 Buddhists. All told, there are about 100 different religious affiliations. There are many Islamic mosques, Hindu temples, and Buddhist monasteries, some of them very grand. While there are a number of Muslim schools, many parents choose to send their children to Catholic schools because of their high moral standard. The government has introduced legislation which enables banking in conformity with Sharia Muslim custom. During the many years of rivalry, each of the various Christian churches claimed to have exclusive possession of the truth, viewing the others as false. These others, therefore, were on the wrong path and would be refused salvation. This truth claim was characterized by rigid dogmatism and was used to legitimize discriminatory actions against people of a different tradition. It was a potent, latent force, capable of erupting suddenly and unpredictably. This attitude, once found between Christian groups, is still found between different religions. The small population and prosperity of the nation, as well as its distance from the theatres of war, have contributed to a lack of tension which is remarkable. This doesn't mean there are no issues. The treatment of the Aboriginal inhabitants of Australia has been and still is shocking. Sporadic events arise concerns about social cohesion and the safety of faith communities. For example, recently, in July, the Hindu Swami Narayan temple was defaced with a vile slogan and image. The turmoil in the Middle East has had its impact on faraway Australia. Indeed, has forced the closure of a number of groups, such as the Jewish Christian Muslim Association of Australia, which had flourished for some 20 years, or greatly hindered the work of Muslim organisations, such as the Australian Intercultural Society. The most common form of anti-Semitism involves insults or threats, and sometimes economic and social discrimination, as well as physical attacks, as when the front door of the synagogue was set on fire, while about 20 people had gathered inside for a religious ceremony. A viral video featuring Muslims walking in procession to mark Ashura was viewed millions of times across social media platforms. The video supposedly portrays them supposedly surrounding a Catholic cathedral with alarming captions such as "The real war exposed" and "This is an act of war." These claims were totally misleading and failed to provide the crucial context. It was an example of hate mail. Women have been especially impacted by Islamophobia. Indeed, female Muslim professionals faced additional layers of discrimination related to gender, religious identity, and physical appearance. There was an attack in September by neo-Nazis on a site sacred to Aboriginal community, followed by an anti-immigration rally in Melbourne City. Just a few days ago, a prominent newspaper reported that tensions had boiled over as anti-immigration and counter-protesters took to the streets of Melbourne and other capital cities for the second time in as many months, with 2 Victoria Police officers hospitalised following the protests. While this is worrying, it is unusual and a departure from the typical tranquility of Australia. An increase in far extremism is fostered by political parties, such as One Nation, which espouses what is called Hansardism. In order to prevent these offences, many laws have been passed. Laws are not dead letters, but are generally observed. With the rise in tensions throughout the world, not only in West Asia, distant Australia is increasingly impacted. The government may need to introduce further legislation to counter these trends, but the following are already in place. So legislation then. The Australian Constitution protects freedom of religion by preventing the Commonwealth from establishing a religion, imposing religious observances, or prohibiting the free exercise of religion. While Australia does not have a single comprehensive Human Rights Act like some other countries, human rights are protected through a combination of constitutional provisions, legislation, and common law. For example, what is called the Racial and Religious Tolerance Act forbids behaviour that incites or encourages hatred, serious contempt, revulsion, or severe ridicule against another person or group of people because of their race or religion. The Act explicitly applies to public behaviour, not to personal beliefs or thoughts. What is called the Criminal Code Amendment, commonly called the Hate Crimes Bill, establishes a number of new offences, including threatening to use force or violence against persons, advocating or threatening damage to, or destruction of places of worship. Blasphemy, no longer a federally regulated offence in Australia, but remnants of English common law still exist in some states and territories, although they are not enforced. The last successful blasphemy prosecution in Australia was in 1871, 150 years ago. In the aftermath of the bombing of the Twin Towers in New York in September 2021, the government funded many programs to ensure social harmony. I've been personally involved in a number of them. While a specific religion cannot be taught or promoted in government schools, the educational authorities aim to educate children concerning the various religions so as to prevent misinformation. A proposal is being put forward to adopt a program in the UK which is called Religion and Worldviews. In this program, students are asked to consider their response to a number of basic questions such as: what is the meaning, the aim of our life? What is moral good? What is sin? When suffering, and what purpose does it serve? Which is the road to true happiness? What are death, judgment, retribution after death? What, finally, is that ultimate, inexpressible mystery which encompasses our existence? Whence do we come? Students then are asked to investigate what the religions have to say on these topics. Of course, the Muslim and Christian schools teach their particular faith tradition, as well as making sure that their students are correctly informed about other religions. The Australian Constitution places some limitations on freedom of speech. For example, the Crimes Act makes it an offence for a person to publicly, intentionally, or recklessly threaten or incite violence towards another person or group of persons on various grounds, including race, religious belief, or affiliation. A case in which I was closely involved may illustrate the point. Some years ago, an extremist Christian group called Catch the Fire Ministries publicly attacked Muslims in ways that breached the Religious and Racial Tolerance Act. The Islamic Council of Victoria lodged a complaint against the group and asked the Catholic Church to support them, which it gladly did. Firstly, the Catholic Church wished in this way to declare positively and publicly its attitude towards Islam in general. It also wanted to point out the extremist group did not represent the Christian viewpoint. It was a pleasure to see another Christian church, the Uniting Church, join the Catholics in a common defence of Muslims, who, together with Christians and Jews, worship the one true God of Abraham. Conclusion. While Australia is not perfect by any means, its laws against extremism in all its forms may go some way in providing an example that other communities may wish to follow. Thank you.
Now, to conclude the session, I would like to invite our session moderator, Professor Dr. Fozia Ghani, to share remarks and reflections on the session and to summarize the whole discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and very good evening, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank you, all of you, and especially Minhaj University Lahore, for arranging such a timely needed international conference. Because this is need of the hour to talk, not only to talk, rather to come up with certain solutions which are very much needed to resolve such issues, certain differences. Am I audible? I think there is a problem. Thank you. The theme of this international conference is preventing extremism and to come up with those strategies through which we can combat this kind of extremism what Pakistan is facing, or not Pakistan is facing, rather whole world is facing in the name of religion and religious differences. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Peter Jacob, Dr. Samia, Mr. Halima, sorry, Miss Halima, Dr. Faizan, and Dr. John Dipuche. They all came up with their, research work, and they talked religion, and they religion as interfaith tool of interfaith harmony, because sometimes we take religion as a source or a tool of difference. That is true somehow, but what according to my own personal opinion and idea, religion is not a bad phenomenon, because for humans' development, for the development of humans' life, religion is always, one of the mandatory part of humans' existence, because as human beings are used to live together, they always need some spiritual guidance. And what we believe in, what is coming out of our mind, we are just believing in and we are going to practicing it. And it does not mean that we are going to taking other religions as just for granted. And a bad phenomenon that we are right and they are wrong. Because we have to admit this reality that we are we and they are they. Right? But at the same time, we need to bridge this gap. We'll have to not only to bridge this gap, rather we have to deal with the question how we are going to bridging that gap. As they people are they who are believing in that particular religion, and we are we, what we are the believer of any particular religion. So today's theme of this session was interfaith, to talk on interfaith harmony. Interfaith harmony can come through certain ways. It is not only the matter of government all the time. It's not only the matter of international bodies all the time. It's not the matter of, any educational institution all the time. Rather, it is becoming our collective responsibility to talk, to work, and to go for interfaith harmony. And for that matter, very good papers have been presented by these three presenters. And I will go to deal and I will talk some of the points. I will try to draw some of the points of these papers, how they have presented them, and technically, methodologically, contextually, and while applying any theoretical or conceptual framework, where their findings are standing, and how much they are, relevant, and they are true, and they are reliable. And I will start with Dr. Samia's paper first. And the title of her paper was Reimagining Coexistence, Combating Religious Extremism Through Peace Narratives in Pandemic Literature. That is really wonderful paper. What I would say, that is not only wonderful, rather a novel study. And methodologically, it was sound. It is very well presented, but I have little reservation on this paper that what Dr. Samia has started with, the case of minority female patient. And doctor. And later on, when she talked about a framework which was given by or presented by John Lodex, right? If I'm not wrong. And what theoretical framework she has taken and she has opted, and the case what she took initially, that was there was a missing link between these two. What I was thinking that what case you have taken and what framework you have opted, there should have close connection between these two. And but that was missing. But generally, your findings and the contribution of pandemic literature in combating extremism and to go for interfaith harmony, where minority doctor, how it is dealing with majority groups and community, that is really wonderful. And I would I must appreciate your work, your research work. Thank you very much for your wonderful research. And the second paper was presented by Ms. Halima. The title was Community Engagement for Promoting Religious Tolerance, a case study of Pakistan's National Action Plan 2025. What Ms. Halima talked about, that is also, it's also a very good paper. And all points of writing a research paper was very much or properly handled by Ms. Halima. I have little, comments on your methodology. When you said that you have used Pakistan's constitution as primary source, and you have taken National Action Plan. But unfortunately, I couldn't see any of the point which you have taken out of your National Action Plan, right? Which you have applied in your research. Because once we are taking these two data sources or primary data where you are relying upon, and constitutionally you said that there are certain problems in constitution. They should be tackled, because constitution, some of the provisions of the constitution are becoming hurdles in promoting interfaith harmony, in community engagement, where we are dealing with minority most of the times. But what I think, minority constitution itself is a document, complete document, which is granting maximum liberty, freedom to each and every citizen of Pakistan, because the word citizen is used in Pakistan's constitution. I think if irrespective of or without making any difference who we are, either we are Muslims, Christians, Hindus, and Parsis and Buddhists and Sikhs here, it does not make any difference, because constitution is dealing each and every one equally on the basis of citizenship. So at that time of point, I think we'll have to revise our such ideas and thoughts. And the third paper presented by Dr. Faizan, what I would say, because Dr. Faizan's paper's title that was really amazing, the role of universities in combating interreligious extremism, insight from Quran and Sunnah. What I was expecting that you would deal, universities curricula, universities pedagogy, and research work. Because we can take all these three aspects or variables to deal with universities and higher education, what they are going to do and what are the objectives of your universities to achieve through these three tools: teaching methodology, research, and curricula. And what you have talked about, that through Quran and Sunnah, we can, deal with such extremism and extremist notions prevailing in Pakistan or in anywhere in the world. And what your higher education and universities can do, they can do it, and they can make it possible through Quran and Sunnah. But you didn't touch upon, except one or two aspects, touch upon Quran and Sunnah's, guidance and regulations, what universities should follow. Because constitution, we all are followers of constitution, and constitution says that all are equal citizens, and no law can be made, no rule can be made, no policy can be made in Pakistan, which is not in line with the constitution, and which is against of Quran and Sunnah. So Quran and Sunnah is very much there, and our rules, regulations, and policies are very much there. So I couldn't find any of the new thing, new point, new variable, new aspect, new guideline in your paper what universities should follow and go for. And but overall, generally, because I couldn't see any methodology, I couldn't see any theoretical framework, I couldn't see any context, because Quran and Sunnah is very much there, and Constitution is there. So I think you need to work little more on your research methodology and theoretical or conceptual framework, because generally we can talk a lot on combating terrorism, extremism through certain ways. And among them, Quran and Sunnah, that is, one of the religions of the world, that is Islam. We are driving, Quran and Sunnah's guidelines and teachings out of Islam. But there are so many other, religions in the world. And if you are putting focus on Quran and Sunnah, so we'll have to take variables, we'll have to take guidelines from Quran and Sunnah in that way, which would be altogether new in your work, which we already don't know, right? And otherwise, that is really appreciable. And I wish all of you great luck and all the very best. Thank you very much. And now, house is open for question answer session. If anybody has any question, they may raise their hands and.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Mohammed Hanif, MPhil International Relations, Minhaj University. I'm student of MPhil International Relations. Extremism in any form, may it be social or religious, it is very bad. And what is more important is the attitude of handling it. My question is related to this attitude. After decades of Western-led efforts to combat religious extremism in regions like South Asia, isn't it striking that the West is now grappling with its own social extremism, such as anti-immigrant sentiments? The social extremism that is grappled with the today West. Now, these seems to be downplayed by the West at present, as they did not downplay the religious extremism. Doesn't this disparity of response reveal a deeper hypocrisy of Western attitudes towards dealing with the extremism at all? Thank you. Sir, I'm asking, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. So, as much as the years of war between Catholic Irish and British Protestants was never a secret, and the extremism and terrorism attached to it was never a secret. Similarly, I mean, I don't think anybody can deny those extreme tendencies or extremism. So I would say this would be, I would be using a different framing of the question rather than, making it a responsibility of the West to deal with extremism elsewhere. No, it wasn't their responsibility, it was everybody's responsibility. And perhaps they were more scared of it, perhaps, in the wake of 9/11 incident. But not that it was their responsibility. It is similar like calling Taliban, making a division or differentiation between good and bad Taliban. It is same as, you see, thinking that Taliban, after coming into power in Afghanistan, will be friends of Pakistan. And we wake up to new reality. We were calling this a war of terror, a war on terror by the United States. Some of us wanted to believe that. So I think that kind of political posturing isn't suitable for academic research, because that is kind of favoritism that politicians and political actors would like to apply and position themselves. I think, like they say, that terrorism anywhere is a threat to everybody. It's a threat to anybody anywhere. So in this globalized world, where the economic, security, climate and population, everything will be related somehow, interconnected, and will impact all regions. Again, I think this is a question that in this conference we can discover a new meaning of. In the session where we are also pondering upon the multiculturalism and the kind of pluralism that should exist. It does not. By all means, it does not exist in the favorable or desirable fashion. So I think these questions should be
Thank you very much.
rethought.
The second question and the last one. Yes, we can hear.
Thank you. Very right, sir. Just like Madeleine Albright said in mid-90s that security is everybody's responsibility. In the same line, you said that actually it's everybody's responsibility. The problem, in the past 50 years I'm observing is that we have left the issue of Quran and Sunnah to clergy alone. The problem is that clergy themselves, they are not a single platform or single page. So what happened, as I said earlier in my take back in the marquee, they manipulate, they twist to their own liking and to their own ends. So like Mr. Jacob has said that it has to be everybody's responsibility. Don't leave it to clergy alone. Otherwise, for another 50 years, we'll be keep beating the bush around. So if you may agree or comment, please.
I do agree with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, it's a responsibility of everyone to understand and to follow Quran and Sunnah and to have belief in any religion with whom we are attached with. So I think you rightly said that it's not only the responsibility of a clergyman or a Maulvi or an ulama, rather they because there is no consensus around them, rather they are highly, differentiated on their specific, sects and their beliefs. So what I believe in that everyone, because Quran and Sunnah, we do have direct access to Quran. We daily used to recite Quran, and we are just believing and following Sunnah. And in our higher educational institutions and schools even, we are used to study Islamiyat, and now HEC have directed to higher educational institutions and universities to introduce, not only to introduce, rather apply two mandatory courses of Famul Quran, right? Understanding of Quran, and they are compulsory courses of for even PhD level students. So I think we shouldn't leave this responsibility to one group only and few people. Rather, it is now every individual or every citizen would be responsible of their own to have access and to have to believe in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fozia.
Can I just recall the famous saying by Winston Churchill, who said that war is too serious a business to be left to generals, and that security is too serious a business to be left to anybody. It should be everybody's business.
Okay. To acknowledge and honor the contributions of our distinguished presenters and moderator, I would like to invite worthy Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to come forward to present the shields of appreciation. As I call each name, I request the presenters to come forward, and I request the audience to join me in applauding their efforts. Dr. Samia Shakil. Miss Halima Ajmal. and Professor Dr. Fozia Ghani. I request the presenters and keynote speaker and moderator to join us for group photo. Dr. Fozia?
पीछे आ जा थोड़ा तू वाइड कर लेगा बस बस ठीक
मैडम आप नहीं इसके बाद